the reporter appointed by Scottish ministers to consider this called-in case for planning permission in principle for phase 1 of the International Business Gateway site for mixed-use development, associated works, including car parking, servicing, access, and public realm at land near Eastfield Road, Edinburgh. As Callum might have indicated, this hearing is being broadcast and broadcast live, and Callum will be watching and available if we have any technical issues. We plan to make the meeting available on the webcasting site live, and will be available for those not participating today to view in the future. If you are not speaking or your group's not speaking, keep yourself on mute during the proceedings, unless you want to speak, obviously. Bear with me and be patient until I bring you in. We might need to just have a little bit more patience than a face-to-face meeting. I was going to ask you to go to gallery view, but you're all sitting together in rooms, so I can see you all here. So we're not dealing with a whole pile of individuals, so that's useful. I was going to say that if you're not the lead spokesman, turn off your camera, but you're all in the same room, so that's pointless. Now, if there's anything in the room that might make a noise or disturb us, then just make sure that's switched off, thrown out of the room. If there's any emergency during the day at your end, then please just leave and give us a quick indication. If there is any emergencies, fire drills or whatever, then please don't hang about in the meeting. We can pause. So I'm now going to ask the lead spokesperson for each party to introduce themselves and who might be participating with them today. So I'll go to the applicant first.
Good morning, sir. Neil Collar from Brodie's, representing the applicant. Maybe just because we're in different microphones, if I could get Mr. Newton and Mr. Bissett to introduce themselves, and that way we can just check their microphones are working.
Morning, sir. Morning, everyone. Rob Newton from Avis and Young. I'm the planning consultant representing the applicant.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Douglas Bissett from WSP. I am the transport consultant representing the applicant.
Okay, thank you for that. If we can have the council now.
Good morning, sir. I'm Graham Nelson, Senior Solicitor for the council. To my left, we have Elaine Campbell, who's team manager in planning. To my right, there's Francis Newton, who will speak on planning policy as the planning officer for this application. And on to the far side, we have Matthew Simpson, who's the transport officer, who will be speaking particularly in that hearing session. Just also to note, sir, is we have a fire drill that will be going off at 10:30 here. So if we happen to be speaking, that is all that will be at that time. Obviously, we'll might be on mute, and might be fine.
Thank you for that. And for Edinburgh Airport Limited.
Good morning, sir, and everyone. Glad the technology is holding. My name is Alistair McKee. I'm a partner at the law firm Anderson Strathern, and I'm representing today the interests of Edinburgh Airport Limited. If I could take a moment just to introduce the airport's team. On my left, I have Nicola Woodward, who is a senior director at the planning consultancy Litchfields. Nicola is a chartered planner. On her left is Stephen Swan, who is the legal and compliance director at the airport. And on my right is Kevin Martin, a transport consultant with Mott MacDonald and the author of the Mott MacDonald TA review document, which is EAL7. The principal documents which the airport are relying upon today have been lodged and identified for all parties' interest, and they are EAL 1 to 32, sir. I would maybe just pause to say that I do have some opening comments to make if I am permitted to do so, but I'll maybe just sort of shut down the mic just now and listen to you, sir.
I will finish my introductory remarks, and I'll ask if anyone has any queries over procedures and such like. So at that point, I think, Mr. McKee, if you come in, that won't be long.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for adhering to the timetable that we set with regard to responding to the applicant's additional information. So some of those deadlines were reasonably tight, and getting to the hearing before Easter was reasonably tight. So thank you for making your submissions at the right time. As you may be aware, I prepared a report to Scottish ministers on this case in August 2020. I will now be preparing a supplementary report to Scottish ministers with my recommendation on this application for ministers to consider. This arises from the Minister's Procedure Notice of 11th December 2020, which you will be familiar with, which required additional transportation assessment work. The case was then passed back to the DPA, and that's why you're seeing me today. I only really want to say a few words on how the discussion will be led in terms of a hearing. You'll all be familiar with the format of a hearing. It's a structured discussion, which I will attempt to lead, and it's based on the agenda that has been circulated to you. So you've all got a copy, I hope. There's no formal presentation of cases or cross-examination. I'll start off each agenda item by directing a question to one of the parties. After that answer, I'll likely invite the other parties to comment. So if I forget, please remind me. That usually kicks off some sort of discussion and frequently generates further questions that I would like to ask. If you've got any questions or queries arising from each discussion point, that's fine, but make sure they come through me as the chair, and please at all times let each party finish their point. Even if you really disagree with what they're saying, please no interrupting during the meeting. I'm not going to single out any member of the team to respond. I may just leave it up to each team to respond. So I may just refer to you as the applicant, council and airport for ease of terminology and so that I don't get anyone's name wrong. You might have noticed at the end of the agenda that the team leaders may wish to add some concluding remarks at the end of the hearing, and I've allowed that in the agenda, and I think that followed the same approach that we took to previous hearings, if you can think that far back. These closing remarks would be focused and based on what has been discussed at the hearing, not new matters. I hope to adopt a fairly brisk pace and move on when I consider I've got all the information I need, or I've come to a dead end. Don't feel obliged to comment if you're only repeating what's been said before, but you may want to restate things that you have included in your written material. As you would expect, all that you tell me today is evidence that I may take into account and include in my report, my supplementary report, and I'll be taking notes and pausing, so there may be some pauses through the day. So you just have to kind of bear with me. If you want some time to respond, or you need some extra time to find documents, search for documents, then just let me know. I just want to make double sure that everyone does have a copy of the agenda and is happy that they will have the ability to kind of access documents while we're talking. Everyone's kind of nodding or no one's shaking their head, so that's fine. We can move on. I plan to take regular breaks, given it's a virtual meeting. We'll probably reach natural points that I will pause. It may just be for 5-10 minutes, but it's useful just to switch off the camera and take a break in these sort of proceedings. Lunch around about 1 o'clock, closing at 4 or before. If we need to come back tomorrow, we'll do so at 10 o'clock. Hopefully you've all identified the 2 days. I'm anticipating it will be less than 2 full days, but we'll just have to see how we get on today and where the discussion goes. I trust everyone is reasonably clear about what we have to do and how we'll conduct ourselves during the hearing. And if anyone has got any sort of procedural questions just now, before I move on to item 2, then I can hear them just now. Now, I will go round applicant, any particular questions or queries?
No, sir.
And the council, are you all happy with how we'll go about our business?
Yes, sir. No queries. Thank you.
And for the airport, any procedural matters? And this is your opportunity, Mr. McKee, to introduce whatever you're going to introduce.
Thank you, sir. Just a point of clarification about papers. I take it you have either access to electronic copies of all the documents or them in physical form, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, I've got a number of screens in front of me, so you may see me looking away from the camera from time to time, but that's because I'm looking at a different screen. It's likely, just for information, that we'll break out of the policy matters in order that I'll get different documents ready for the second part in terms of a transportation assessment. Once we go into that, I'm definitely going to pause, I think, because I might have to reorganise my documents, but they're all electronic on our system and I've got access to that.
Thank you, sir. And if I've read you right, is now the appropriate time if I had any opening remarks to make them?
If you've got any procedural matters, yep.
Yeah, these probably wouldn't be procedural matters, sir, but they'd probably be more to do with the stance of the airport in these proceedings.
Well, continue and we'll see what you have to say.
Thank you, sir. Eastfield Road and its related junctions comprise the primary road that accesses Edinburgh Airport, so it's very important. And the importance that the airport place on the resilience of Eastfield Road has increased significantly owing to the Minister's recent refusal to grant planning permission for the airport's proposed eastern access road. You may be aware of that, sir, and parties here may be aware of that, but I thought it important to flag this. The reference, the DPA reference for that appeal decision is PPA/230/236, and it goes back to planning reference before the City of Edinburgh Council 21/00217/FUL. The consequence and context of that, sir, is that there's really now no alternative to Eastfield Road in terms of airport access, with a consequent increase in focus on particularly the airport properly understanding the impacts of this IBG proposal and how they are to be mitigated to ensure that the airport can operate during both the construction and operational phases of the IBG development. The airport are truly disappointed to note that the transport effects of the proposal, as is the IBG proposal, have still not been satisfactorily expressed by the applicants in their transport assessment.
Mr. McKee, if you're restating what you've said in your submission, then I don't need to necessarily hear all of that. So if you're going over what you've said before, then I'd rather move to questions. But so if there's anything additional,
there is an additional point, sir. I think previously the airport has indicated to the hearings, and indeed the hearing in February 2020, or the hearings, that it did not oppose the principle of the IBG development. matters have moved on, sir, and due to the flawed nature of the TAA and the serious and justified concerns that the airport has, I'd like you to record, sir, that the airport's stance is now that the application should be refused because it has not been accompanied by an adequate transport assessment, and the applicants have not followed Minister's guidance in their letter you've mentioned, and the application is contrary to the development plan and associated TA guidance.
Is that a shift from your responses that because I've obviously indicated that we won't have parties stating their case, so I'm just keen to hear anything that's particularly new.
So I think what's new is before we have been before you as the airport and said that we don't oppose the principle. And we're only concerned with the TA, but we think matters have now got to such a level that we think this application should be refused.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, you mentioned additional document, which is an appeal reference with regard to the Link Road and a decision associated with that. I'm not sure that's a document that has been submitted, but perhaps the parties can clarify that. That's the first point. The second point is if you've obviously raised it and passed comment on it, I think if all the parties are content, I would request that and request any commentary about the relevance of it to this case. If parties feel it is a document that I should have in front of me, perhaps we should go to the airport first, just to ask their view.
Thank you, sir. The decision I referred to, which was the decision PPA-230-236, was only published on the 20th of March, which was last Monday, sir. So it's not at the moment. I hadn't had time to actually introduce it, include it, sir, but I'm quite happy to do so.
Well, it's whether or not it's relevant to your case and something that I should be taking into account. So if you think it is, I'd like to hear the parties' views on it. The council, is that a document that is relevant to me reporting back? Did I see it?
Well, we have no difficulty with that being lodged. It's a Scottish Minister's decision, as stated, from 20th March 2023, and adjacent to this site.
You don't have a problem. Is that what you said?
No problem.
And for the applicant?
Thank you, sir. I'm always slightly wary about new documents. If I understand the airport's position on this correctly, I think all they're asking you to do is to note as a matter of fact that the appeal involved an access to the airport and it was refused. If indeed that is all the airport are asking you to take into account, I'm not sure that you actually need the document. And as I say, I'm just wary if the document gets lodged, we might then be in a slippery slope to parties starting to refer to matters that are mentioned in the document. And my understanding is that there's nothing that's of direct relevance to what we're looking to discuss at this hearing. So my preference would be that we avoid actually the document being lodged, because as I say, once it's in front of the hearing, it may well then receive wider reference.
Would you like to respond to that? Point of view?
Thank you, reporter, and thank you, Neil, for those comments. The context here is that it's a matter of fact that the planning permission has been refused for the proposed eastern access road, and therefore the context is there is no alternative for the airport in terms of access. It's as simple as that, sir. And I do think it would be important to lodge the document. I couldn't have lodged it any earlier because it was only published on the 20th of March.
Well, as the document's not in front of us today, I'm not expecting any parties to refer to it any further today. what I think I'll do is I'll request the document and I'll make a bit what I wish in terms of reading it, given it's been raised. But it doesn't sound as if I need to ask for further submissions. But I'll just be aware of it and what it contains. But as it's not in front of us, then I wouldn't have expect us to refer to for the rest of the proceedings. Is that a fair way to move forward? Happy with that, Airport?
I'm happy with that, sir.
The applicant
Yes, sir.
and the council.
That's sir.
Okay, I'll take a note of that. Are we happy to move on to the agenda, item number 2, which is just clarification on the current development plan? All happy? That's good. By the way, if you need to speak today, you can use the little electronic hand if you really want, or you could wave to me, or if I'm not paying attention to you, you could switch your microphone on and talk or shout to me. But it should be straightforward with just the 4 parties in the room. But please use whichever way you think is the most effective to get my attention. Okay, current development plan. The policy position has changed. I think that's reflected in all the submissions since the last time we met and since the last time I wrote the report to ministers. I wouldn't expect there to be any dispute over what the current development plan is. I think that's clear in the statements that the development plan comprises NPF 4, the 2016 Edinburgh Local Development Plan and its associated adopted supplementary guidance. No one is disagreeing with that. I suspect if you do, then please say something, but I don't think I need to go round the table. No, I don't see anyone. SES plan, now not part of the development plan. And the Ministers and Chief Planner letter of 8th February, which I think has been lodged, sets out the transitional arrangements. So along with that, SPP, Scottish Planning Policy, no longer represents Scottish Ministers' planning policy and wouldn't therefore form a basis or be a consideration to be taken into account when determining this application. As a consequence, my new advice to ministers in a supplementary report, which was partly based on NPF 3, SES plan and SPP, will require to be reviewed. Does everyone agree with those statements? I don't think that these are earth-shattering statements and reflect what you've all said to me. I'm not seeing anyone desperate to talk, so we can probably move on. One point which has been made, and I'll just clarify, understanding that existing land allocations within existing LDPs are to be maintained, and the adopted supplementary guidance associated with the Edinburgh Local Development Plan continues to be in force as part of the development plan. Again, is there anything there that any party disagrees with? No. No hands or no shouting. Okay. In the event of any incompatibility between a provision of NPF 4 and a provision of the Edinburgh Local Development Plan, it is whichever is the latter, which is to prevail. In this case, that is NPF 4, which is the latter, because it's fairly new, and provisions that are contradictory or conflict with the LDP would likely to be considered incompatible with the NPF 4. Are we agreed on that matter? And again, that reflects the advice that has been provided in terms of the letter by ministers and the chief planner. I'm happy with the matter of compatibility.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to run through these things. They're starting to be understood, but we're fairly new into the era of NPF4. So are there any further matters you want to raise or discuss with regard to the current development plan, what it is, and how it relates to NPF4 before we start to get into the kind of detail? Any particular comments on the status of the current development plan? Doesn't look as if anyone has got anything to raise, so that's good. We can move on to item 3, and that's a specific look at elements of a National Planning Framework 4. And before I go on to matters A, B, and C, which I've listed there, I've just got some initial comments which you may wish to say something on. And I may ask some questions. It's been noted in the submissions that the airport is no longer a national development within NPF4. Is that a significant matter for this case? Perhaps turning to the applicant first of all, the fact that NPF4 has a reduced number of national developments, is it of particular relevance to this case? The applicant.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'll address that point. I don't believe it is fundamentally for the reason that you referred to from the Chief Planner letter, where it states in relation to NPF4 and transitional arrangements that for the avoidance of doubt, existing LDP land allocations will be maintained. And as set out in our submissions to these hearing sessions, and indeed those from February 2020, and having just rehearsed the position with regards to the current development plan, it remains our submission that even allowing for the change to the site's status in terms of national policy, that overwhelmingly the development plan supports the application that is before you today.
Thank you. And from the council's point of view, is the removal of a number of national developments in NPF3 into NPF4 of relevance to the case? Or do you agree with what the applicant has just said?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. We would agree with how the applicant set it out there in terms of it's that land allocations within the LDP are still relevant and still deliver our strategy for development within Edinburgh, and this site is a key part of the delivery of that strategy, and that's not changed as part of NPF4.
Okay, and airport, any comment to make from the airport with regard to national developments?
Sir, we don't have any particular comment. It's a factual point that it's no longer national development. It's appreciated that the actual allocation itself is maintained through some of the development plan status.
Thank you. Related to that then, Edinburgh Local Development Plan Policy EMP6 is said to be compatible with NPF4. I don't think I saw in the submissions anyone disagreeing with that, but I just want to be sure that parties are saying to me that policy EMP6 is compatible with NPF4. There's no one making arguments to the contrary. And again, I'll just go around in the same order to the applicant. EMP6
yes,
compatible.
Agree with that, sir.
Yeah. And the council?
Yeah, we agree with that. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Airport?
So the airport are really only concerned with the transport effects, so we're pretty neutral on this matter. We'll leave it to you to decide, sir.
Do you agree?
Well, we're not raising any opposition to what's been said, sir. You know.
The applicant has provided a table in their initial submissions with a policy assessment of the proposal against the most relevant policies of the NPF 4. Having read the recent submissions, I don't see any significant disputes between the parties on these matters other than in relation to policy 13 and policy 18. And that's why I've listed them. There have been some comments made on those. Am I safe to assume that there's no real disagreement between the parties on policies other than 13 and 18 in terms of the implications for this case? If any party would like to flag up any disagreement beyond policy 13 and 18 in terms of the relevance for this case, then please do so. I think the council simply listed a range of policies that were relevant, and I didn't pick up any other matters that provided more than the applicant did in their table. And again, with regard to the airport, I don't think there's anything being raised beyond 13 and 18. Is that a safe assumption to proceed on? I'm not indicating that I agree with any of it. I'm trying to just work out whether you all agree that the areas to discuss are policy 13 and 18. Mr. McKee, you have your finger on your mouse?
Sir, I was just well observed, sir. I'll just simply indicate that that is the airport's assumption as well, sir. That we're all here discussing differences of view in terms of policy 13 and 18 of NPF 4.
Okay. And it looks if the council have nothing else to add, and the applicant. Do you wish to add anything from the applicant's point of view before we move on to policy 13?
Nothing further to add, sir.
Okay. Well, it might be useful to have national planning framework 4 in front of us now, and probably best to move to policy 13. Mostly scrolling around it just to kind of find it. There we go. There is a number of elements to it, but a clarification to start with, just with regard to the council's submission. I think in the council's response to the transport to the procedure notice, the council said that it considers that various requirements of NPF 4 policy 13, sustainable transport, should be given due consideration in relation to this appeal. I wasn't sure just exactly what was meant by that statement. Is there something else behind that, or is it simply that I should take that into account? I just wanted to ask if there was anything that you wanted to expand on in terms of give due consideration. Does that give it any particular emphasis or new emphasis, or what was meant by that statement? So if I can turn to the council first.
No, sir. I mean, it was really just a case of bringing to your attention the matters within that policy that we thought maybe were of some relevance to this appeal. We're happy to discuss some of those particular issues further. That was the sort of intended reasoning behind that.
Okay. So nothing additional to add as far as that statement of the council. has made. I think the airport have indicated that policy 13 places an increasing emphasis on sustainable travel patterns and encouraging active travel. Perhaps just go back to the council. Do you agree that there is, or there has been, a shift as the airport have put forward in their submissions? Is that a change that you recognise with the council?
Thank you, sir. I think I don't think it's just isolated to this policy, and without opening up the debate into other policies, I think by the time you start at policy 1 and policy 2, in terms of that climate crisis and that nature crisis, there's a shift across all the policies in terms of sustainability, and our approach and our sharpening up of matters in relation to sustainability. And I think policy 13 just adds to that layering of that understanding of policy 1 and policy 2 in terms of the climate crisis as identified in NPF 4.
Thank you for that. And the applicant, do you have anything to add?
Nothing further to add, sir.
Thank you for that. Does policy 13 therefore mean something new for the applicant to address? I mean, if you look at part D, perhaps, development proposals for significant travel generation uses will not be supported in locations which would increase the reliance on the private car. Are there new policy tests that are required to be considered here? Perhaps go to the applicant first. Does policy 13 require just a slightly different a level of, or not level, but a range of assessments? I've highlighted in part D there, but there may be others. The applicant.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll start and then hand over to Douglas Bissett. Just to pick up on the point that Elaine Campbell made there, we would agree that the opening policies to NPF4 perhaps give some greater resonance to certain policies that follow in light of the climate crisis, etc., that was referred to. But to a great extent as well, I think it's fair to say that a number of the policies that do follow are found or could be found in Scottish planning policy, and indeed the development plan that's before you today in relation to this application, which, as Douglas will explain, has been thoroughly assessed in the transport assessment that has been submitted in support of the application. I'll maybe hand over to Douglas now just to expand on your question specifically regarding D.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Having just read D again there just now, I don't believe that it provides any greater emphasis on the requirements for the transport assessment process. The sustainable travel hierarchy has been well established long before NPF4 in terms of pedestrian, cyclist, public transport first and private car last. So I think this is probably just cementing and formalising other documents that came before NPF4 in this instance. So I don't actually think there is any greater emphasis in this respect with item number D.
Thank you for that. Would either the council or the applicant wish to respond to that or add to that? Council?
Thank you, sir. I think just when you look at our current local development plan, the thrust of that sustainable hierarchy runs through the various different policies that we have already, and that hasn't altered with NPF4. I think what policy 13 does across the board of it brings out some new maybe technologies, you know, a shift to zero emissions, and is that sort of shift again about the climate crisis, but it's nothing that's not included within the local development plan in terms of that hierarchy of sustainable transport.
The airport, before I go beyond D, anything to say on what you've heard so far?
Thank you, sir. I think I'll maybe just pass to Nicola Woodward just to answer your point.
Thank you.
On D particularly. I think that just before we go there, so I think the airport's position is that NPF4 is now has the development plan status. That is a fact. And certainly the policy intent of policy 13, sustainable transport, we consider collectively is given a greater emphasis in this policy. Now, yes, there are mentions in many policies of similar themes, but we think they're expressed with more rigour in this particular policy 13, particularly around policy C policy D and policy F, where words like will and shall are used, and words like will only be supported are used. So I think the emphasis is a shift towards a greater degree of rigour, the assessment of projects to ensure that they do truly deliver sustainable transport. I'll maybe just refer to Nicola Woodward just now. So
yes, certainly, as has already been said, car access by private car is very much at the bottom of the hierarchy, and that's supported by Part D of this. And Alistair says the policy intent is very much on walking, wheeling and cycling, as we know, but also public transport. So critically, access to public transport is going to be critical if we're actually going to be able to implement the Part D of that policy. And as Alistair says, we've got some comments to make on Part C and F as well, but I'm sure you'll get to that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, if I can maybe just pass to Kevin Martin, who's also been looking at this policy, sir, from a transport consultancy point of view.
I have no further comment on Part D, sir, but I do have comment on Part F, but I suspect we'll have discussion on that next.
I might take a wee spin past Part E first, and then we'll get to F. So I think that's all that the parties have to say on D. And I know there is a danger in just looking at individual parts of policies and not the policy as a whole, or even the plan as a whole. But Part E, and perhaps we'll go to the council first. What would you regard as development proposals that are ambitious in terms of low and no carbon? What developments would you expect to come forward in terms of Part E? The council.
Thanks. I think in terms of the ambitious, I think car parking is absolutely critical to that. That's one of the reasons why the council standards were lowered quite considerably, and the whole emphasis was changed a few years ago. And there's currently a review of that, and I can really only see that being actually reduced. So I think that's crucial to that. Clearly, in this location, we've got very good public transport, so that would support development which is not dependent on the car or motor traffic. We've got very good bus and tram interchange and very close train interchange as well. And also just the last part of that in terms of barriers to access by disabled people, that's clearly something which has very much come up the agenda. And we're really pushing that side of things very much so, and really pushing developers to not create those barriers, to actually make those developments far more acceptable.
And again to the council, is it is part E a policy test, or is it just an example where it's indicating a type of development that would be supported? It's not saying that a development has to be of this nature. It's just that if proposals come forward which are ambitious in terms of no parking in sustainable areas, they will be supported. Does it require a test for this case, I suppose, is where I'm leading to in terms of E? It doesn't appear so, but I'd just like to get your view there. That is this a policy test, or is it just indicating that support would be given to that type of development? The council.
Thanks, sir. I don't think it requires it, but it's certainly something that we're looking for. And as just going back to the parking standards, that's why the standards were reduced. What we're expecting as part of developments is that the parking numbers, the standards, are not a target. We're expecting them to come in lower than that, but whatever those figures are, we're looking for a justification rather than and that's what we're providing. So we're actually looking for a narrative justification, will define that. So we are certainly expecting that ambition.
Applicant, do you have anything to add or say, having heard what the council has said on item E, policy 13E?
So in terms of I think your specific question at the beginning of this section on policy E was what type of developments would be envisaged to be assessed under this policy. It does mention in particular urban locations. That could potentially mean city centre regeneration sites, for example, as one example. I'm not saying that that's the only case it would apply to, but it's just off the top of my head, having read it here again. In terms of the ambition for low or no car parking, what we have before us at the moment is a set of parking standards that were revised by the council, I think on the first day of the hearing back in 2020, and we made further submissions on it at that time. And I know we'll come on to this later, but it's just maybe relevant to this section just now, that the applicant's position has always been that we would accept a condition on parking being effectively a reserved matter. In other words, we wouldn't state a maximum number just now, and then we'd be allowed to build that out should we be given consent. We were happy to accept a condition that parking would be assessed for individual developments or plots that came forward in the high probability that parking standards are likely to tighten for cars over the next intervening number of years. In other words, they're not going to relax the restrictions on car parking and allow more car parking. It's likely that car parking will be more restricted in due course.
Thank you for that. And to round it off from the airport, have you got anything with regard to my original question, or anything that you've heard from the council and the applicant?
Thank you, sir. I'll defer to Mr. Martin, who's going to address you on that.
Well, just specifically on condition E, sir, and we'll come to F afterwards. It's the fourth line of condition E, and I would concentrate on. It says development proposals are well served by sustainable transport. Well, of course, implicit in well served would be sufficiently served. It can only be well served if there is an adequate sustainable transport mode provided. And we obviously will get into a discussion later, sir, on public transport capacity. So I think well served should be considered to be sufficiently served, and we need to consider that further later in the hearing.
Does the applicant wish to say anything before we moved on to item A?
Yes, sir.
What the airport has just said.
Yes, particularly in relation to policy 13, item E, line 4, we contend that the application site is well served by sustainable transport, and that has just been confirmed by the council in its previous discussion a couple of minutes ago.
Well, I think it has been mentioned that we will likely go into these matters in a little bit more detail, but this is with regard to just what NPF4 provides for us. I didn't hear from any of the parties that it was a particular test that had to be passed. If you think it is a particular test, then I would like to hear that, but I didn't hear that in your responses. So I would quite like to move on to part F of the policy now, if everyone's happy for that. I think that has been mentioned in the airport, but part F now.
Sir, could I just interrupt just before we go there, sir? I noticed we haven't really dwelled at all on policy C, which is the transport assessment, which I think is, which is a policy which obviously the airport have referred you to and parties to in their submissions. It was simply to say, sir, that we think that this policy is expressed as a test. There's no doubt about that, because it says that the transport assessments will be required to be undertaken. But it importantly also says, sir, that the transport assessment itself must be in accordance with the relevant guidance, which includes obviously the Scottish Government's guidance document 2012, produced by Transport Scotland, which is lodged as a document.
We take part C when it refers to the relevant guidance. The relevant guidance is the transport assessment guidance of 2012.
And I think where we're going with that, sir, is I don't think that those particular words appear in other development plan policy documents. So we're seeing that for the first time embedded into the development plan, sir. I'll maybe just pause here and pass back to Mr. Martin in terms of addressing you on policy F.
Given that you've mentioned that, I think I would like to give other parties just a little opportunity before we moved on to speak. Perhaps the council, although I didn't have any questions, I understood what it says, but the airport has given their interpretation of what a relevant guidance means, and that C is a policy test. Could the council provide their view on item C in response to what the airport has said?
Yes, thanks, sir. Yes, the policy 13C there is mirrored by what we've got in the current NDP and potentially the emerging city plan. So yes, we are expecting transport assessments, and yes, we would expect them to be carried out in accordance with the guidance.
And that's the transport, the 2012 transport assessment guidance that the airport was referring to.
Yes.
Any disagreement or queries with regard to what you've heard from the council on the airport?
So
on item C.
Yeah, thank you, sir. In relation to policy 13C, a transport assessment to be required to be undertaken in accordance with the relevant guidance, we take that to mean the transport assessment guidance 2012 produced by the Scottish Government. I would reiterate what we said at the previous inquiry or the previous session in 2020, that the TA guidance is just that. It is guidance. It is all things to all people. It tries to assess all eventualities. So our view is that the key matter for undertaking a transport assessment is to have a scope agreed with the relevant transport authority, having reference to the relevant guidance.
And we'll come on to that a little bit more as we move through the day. I think I will move to part F now. And
So is it possible the airport could just come back on that point about that was being made by the council and the applicants on
yes,
the application of the guidance for the scope of the transport assessment?
I would just make a comment on what Mr. Bissett said there, sir. He said it is guidance, and it is guidance. That's all it is. But of course, Part C, which says that you have to do a TA in accordance with relevant guidance, is now is enshrined in NPF4, which is national policy. So I think it strengthens the position of TA guidance to be a little bit more than a guidance document.
I have more questions for the applicant later on with regard to responding to your views on whether or not the transport guidance has been applied or not. So we'll do that under the item with regard to transport assessment.
So that's helpful, sir. But I would just simply observe that the council here are making a comparison between the transport assessment required under the local development plan compared with that now required under the NPF4. And our position is that the NPF4 does take that a bit further with a bit more rigour, particularly when you look at the language used and in the if you were to compare, for example, the glossaries, sir, because the local development plan defines the term transport assessment at the back. So does the national planning framework. I think you'll find that the glossary term for the NPF for transport assessment is considerably longer and more detailed in terms of its componentry requirements than that in the LDP. So I think we are seeing a shift and a clarification as to what the ministers are expecting by way of a transport assessment, shifting from the LDP to the NPF, and it's just that bit more stronger and more clarified. So it's a quite a subtle point, but I think it's an important one because it sets the framework for what needs to be assessed.
I would just reiterate that there is an LDP transport assessment definition, but the glossary transport assessment definition in NPF4 is exactly the same wording as TA guidance paragraph 5.2. It's exactly the same word for word. So I think this just strengthens the point that I've already made. The relevant guidance is the TA guidance, and the requirements for a TA are now enshrined in national policy in Part C.
And that relates to my agenda point C, where it says glossary. I will be asking you if I should be adopting those definitions. So that's just a clue to what I'm going to ask under C. So I'll come back to that. In terms of part F of policy 13 now, in terms of a planning permission in principle application, does the council think that adopting a travel plan framework and indicating the production of travel plans and implementation of travel plans, either by using agreement or conditions, does that marry up with the policy expectation of F, i.e. what is being proposed by the developer? Is that in tune with the requirements of Part F? To the council first off.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I just refer you to the additional document that was submitted at the 1st of April 2020, following the last hearing session, where we submitted revised heads of terms following the hearing session that we had. And within that heads of terms document, there is a section on travel plans, and it was discussed at the previous hearing in terms of the appropriateness of where to place a travel plan. whether it was a condition or whether it was an illegal obligation, and it was settled on a legal obligation. And within that text, it states that each submission of an application for a plot phase of development shall be supported by a travel plan. And the scope of the travel plan shall be agreed in writing to the planning authority and shall be implemented at the occupation of the building. The impact of the travel plan should be monitored and reported to the planning authority, along with proposals to mitigate any failures in achieving targets which may arise and any necessary changes to the travel plan. So I think that's entirely consistent with the provisions of Part F of Policy 13, which relates to travel plans and supporting planning's conditions and obligations. I think, as discussed previously, it always becomes difficult when you don't quite have the end operator or the end mix of uses and how you target that down at this time. But the requirement is set out in recognition that it is a planning permission and principle application.
Thank you for that. So you've clarified that the approach put forward is, in your view, it satisfies the aims or tests set out by item F. Perhaps if I could go to the airport first and allow the applicant to come back after they've heard both the council and the airport's view on this. In terms of the requirements of Part F, is what you've heard there from the council in terms of what has been agreed so far and what's been put forward in the transport assessment in terms of the travel plan framework that's set out in the transport assessment. What's your thoughts after hearing what the council has said?
So I've just switched the microphone on. So
that's fine.
Just to go back to what the council's saying, I knew they had that stance in February 2020. You've got to remember the context then was the airport's stance was that it was almost impossible to make any judgments about the appropriateness of conditions and transport interventions or mitigations because there was no transport assessment. So we were uber cautious about anything that was being offered. So it's just important to think that I'd want you to think that we had made a concession back then that we were content with what the council were saying. So we were in a position where there was no TA, and we were ultimately vindicated by that in terms of the minister's letter of the 10th of December 2020. So I'll maybe just pass to Kevin Martin, who can describe the airport's stance in regard to policy F, travel plan.
Well, possibly I'll come back to a comment you made slightly earlier. Well, it's a question, sir. Is there something new in policy 13? Well, I would suggest there is, because policy 13 part F says that development proposals will only be supported if they are accompanied by a travel plan, which should set out clear arrangements for delivering against targets. Now, I believe Part C and Part F, Policy 13, are interlinked. And we'll come on to a discussion about TA guidance later in the hearing, sir. But TA guidance paragraph 6.2 requires targets. It's our position that the TA does not include MOCHE targets. And if that is a situation that you agree and ministers agree, sir, the application cannot be supported by NPF4.
The applicant now, you've heard what the council has said and what the airport have said with regard to my question with regard to the policy test, which is now set out in section F of policy 13 of NPF 4. Is the approach taken by the developer in line with that policy ambition? The council believes that the approach is, given it's a planning permission in principle and what's already been agreed. If I could get your view now as the applicant.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, we do concur with the council in their assessment of what is required at the PPIP stage in terms of travel plan. And that is a framework travel plan, is the industry standard practice that is adhered to for the planning permission in principle when we have no end occupier for the development. I'm sure we'll come into this later, but the travel plan is actually a management tool to encourage sustainable travel use. You have to bear in mind that the physical infrastructure to encourage sustainable travel, which is set out in the transport assessment, will be in place before the opening of the occupation of the first plot or building on site. So the travel plan, as I said, is a management tool and a strategy to encourage sustainable travel use. And the physical infrastructure will already be in place to encourage sustainable travel.
I could maybe add a reflection on the actual wording of paragraph F, maybe with an introductory remark that I think a lot of the discussion we've had so far and a lot of the discussion we will go on to have flags up the difficulty in writing policies that in practice will be applied to a vast range of situations. One of the merits of NPF4 is that it is reasonably concise, albeit it runs to over 100 pages. But it's when we have these debates that we start to flush out the problems with being concise. And I think it's inevitable that there will be these problems in interpretation and application that arise. Having made that introductory sort of remark on the wording of paragraph F in particular, it says, sort of reading it short, development proposals will only be supported if they're accompanied by a travel plan. It doesn't say how it is to be accompanied by a travel plan. One possibility is, as for projects of this nature where there's a PPIP, that the proposal is accompanied by a travel plan, the travel plan being produced at a subsequent stage in conjunction with the conditions and obligations as the council mentioned are proposed here. And I think it's quite important to acknowledge that is a reasonably common approach, given that the legislation permits PPIP applications to be submitted. And again, as a general theme that we've heard, it is difficult with PPIP proposals to make full assessment until the accompanying detail arrives through the MSC applications. And again, that's a problem with this particular paragraph in the policy, and I'm sure lots of other parts of the NPF, that it doesn't really acknowledge the practical difficulty of different types of application, that it's a very different situation where you have a detailed application with most, if not all, of the detail, enabling a full assessment to be made. And clearly, paragraph F has to be applied differently to a PPIP application in contrast to a detailed application, given the requirements for the amount of information that are provided in both. So I agree there is a conundrum there, but my submission is that it is possible to read paragraph F as meaning the travel plan needs to be produced. It is not specific about what point in the consenting process it will be produced. And what the applicant and the council are proposing here is perfectly appropriate within paragraph F, that through the obligations, the travel plan will be provided and assessed and approved at a future point in the process. Paragraph F doesn't say you can't do that.
Okay, I'll just finishing some notes there. I think I've heard everyone's view on a policy 13F.
So could I perhaps interrupt? I don't think you've heard the airport's view on the interpretation that has just been placed on that policy by Mr. Collar. I would like the opportunity to address the hearing on that briefly, if I may.
Yeah, I've heard your interpretation and I've heard the applicant's interpretation, but I will allow you a brief opportunity to come back.
Thank you, sir. I think I do not agree with what Mr. Collar has said, sir. It is obvious that this policy is intended to apply to both planning permissions and principal applications and applications for full and detailed permission. If that were not the case, sir, it would clearly state that on the policy. So it is, the IBG proposal is a development proposal as considered under this policy. And it is clear that it says they will only be supported if they are accompanied by a travel plan. And travel plan here, sir, is actually capital T, capital P, which is then obviously a defined term in the glossary of the document. But nowhere does it allow the backloading of travel plans. And the whole policy intent here, sir, is to deliver sustainable transport. It's to embed it at the very beginning of the process. And unless you do that at the front end, obviously, in my view, those drafting this policy fear that a travel plan will not sufficiently be effective and deliver the targets that are set out in it. Mr. Martin may have a further view.
Just add the point, sir, that RF refers to the requirement for a travel plan and mode share targets. And I don't think we can lose sight of when we come to discussing TA guidance, that will say that the transport assessment has to include a travel plan and mode share targets. And I'm just looking at the second bullet point of the minister's requirements for the transport assessment. And that specifically says a travel plan which addresses the desired mode share targets for the site is required. I think it's quite clear. These are interlinked. So.
Sir, just briefly, I don't want to labour the point. If Mr. McKee was suggesting that my position was that paragraph F does not apply to this application, that was not my submission. My submission was, for the reasons I mentioned, and I won't repeat, that the application does comply with paragraph F. Again, for the reasons I mentioned, which I won't repeat.
Thank you for that, Mr. Collar. I'm conscious the council has been listening to that. I think I will just allow you an opportunity, if you wish, before I move on from F, to comment on anything that you've heard. Don't feel obliged, but it's just you have been listening for a couple of minutes and you wish to say something.
Thank you, sir. We have been listening intently to the discussion about travel plans and the appropriate stage of a travel plan. I think sorry, I've just lost the glossary. So yeah, I think we would just like to refer you to the glossary within NPF4 that sets out the travel plan, and just pick up something that Mr. Bissett said in terms of a transport assessment that in the application that will deliver the key physical infrastructure that's required to make the sustainable travel work. And that's really important. It doesn't matter what the travel plan says. It's really important to get the key physical sustainable infrastructure in place. And that's what's key to delivery. the travel plan is the management tool that then allows that development to be used to its best function. And I think in the glossary of the travel plan, it mentions that success in influencing travel patterns is dependent on the commitment of the developer or the occupier. Do we
all want to go to the glossary just now? Because my next questions are on the glossary. That's all the questions I had on policy 13. So I'm quite happy to move on to the glossary if everyone is content with that. And that will just, I was simply going to ask for your view. So on the use of those, so I can just ask the council to continue. I think you were referring to the travel plan within the glossary. So sorry to cut across, but I think we can go there.
Yeah, no, sorry. I think it just when you look at the travel plan, it's a series of measures, and within the glossary, it does state that the commitment of the developer or the occupier of the development and the enforcement of the travel plan is being monitored. In experience, it's, how does a building operate? How does a building work? How do you encourage people to get on a bus? Is it reduced fares? Is it packs within the building? Until you get that building operating, or who your operator is going to be, it's very difficult to then put the specific measures in place. And that's why we think it's appropriate that it comes forward as each phase of the plot comes in. Each development comes in, and then you know who the operators are, you've got occupiers, and you've got defined user groups. Because given the size of this development, travel patterns will alter depending on the user groups. So we've got a whole range of different use classes within this development as well. And the pattern of movement will be different depending on residential, where they're going, office workers, etc. as well. So that's why we think it's appropriate. But yeah, just important for everybody to have a look at the glossary there and just the intent within NPF4. Thank you.
And do you have any other comments to make on the glossary with regard to transport assessment?
Yeah. Nothing further to add into transport assessment. We seem to have lost the airport.
I'm just wondering if the airport have switched off their video to have a natter, or if there's a technical problem. But assuming what you've said, the council can't see the airport. I can see them back now. Welcome back.
Thank you.
To the airport. Did you just switch off for a little natter, or did you have technical problems there?
So I was trying to play with the mic and I knocked the camera off by mistake. So sorry. We didn't decide to shut up shop just yet. We're undetermined thus far anyway. So
thank you for that. The council have concluded what they were going to say on the glossary. I was just going to invite parties to comment on the glossary with regard to transport assessment and travel plan, and if there was any reason why I shouldn't be using those definitions, then I'd like to hear them. So perhaps the airport could flag up anything particular. I've read them, I understand what they say, but I was keen to give you an opportunity to flag anything to me within those definitions. So to the airport.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass on to Mr. Martin.
Well, as I already indicated, sir, that the TA definition in the glossary is exactly the same wording as TA guidance paragraph 5.2. So I believe the content of the TA guidance is very important. In terms of the definition, I'd just like to concentrate on the fifth line. That says that the transport assessment should provide information in a suitable form. You, sir, that the TA does not provide information in a suitable form to devise necessary planning conditions or negotiate planning or other legal agreements. And that's in relation to site-specific analysis, mode share targets, and public transport requirements. So I think when we come to specific matters later in the agenda, discussing whether the information in the transport assessment has been provided in a suitable form should be part of that discussion. And the only comment I would have on the travel plan glossary definition is that, again, it will come back to our discussion in terms of TA guidance and what the content of a travel plan should be within a transport assessment, and whether the transport assessment submitted by the applicant is in accordance with TA guidance and in accordance with Annex A.
The applicant, is there anything in particular within those definitions that you'd like to flag up? And is there any reason why I should not be using those definitions as the most up-to-date definitions in terms of national planning policy? The applicant.
Thank you, sir. In terms of the definitions in NPF 4, the glossary for transport assessment and travel plan, we consider that the applicant's transport assessment and framework travel plan accord with the NPF 4 definitions. I'd like to also highlight that in terms of the transport assessment definition, starting on the fourth line, the transport assessment should provide information in a suitable form to enable the local authority to assess and determine the planning application. That's precisely what we've done.
Thank you for that. Are there any other queries on the glossary before I'd like to go back to policy 18? But I just thought I'd move to see since we were on that. In terms of policy 18, the airport have indicated that this policy 18, in terms of infrastructure, places a new emphasis, a new requirement with regard to infrastructure. Perhaps just go to the airport to kind of just highlight how they consider the emphasis has changed, and then allow the council, then the applicant to respond. That's policy 18 of the National Planning Framework. Assuming the airport are scrolling down to, or scrolling up to get on to policy 18. Infrastructure first.
That's it.
Are you happy with what you're seeing on the screen? For the airport, you look as if you're having technical difficulties. Would it be reasonable to take a break just now if you think a break would help, just sorting out whatever you're trying to sort out? Please stay on the call though, but you can switch your cameras and your mics off. It's now 11:24 by my reckoning. Are we happy to return at 1:45? Everyone happy to return at 1:45, at 11:45, and we'll finish off National Planning Framework 4 on policy 18, and then we'll move on to the next point on agenda, item 4. after that. Ideally, I would like to get through all the policy matters before lunch, but we'll see how we go on. So we'll see you back at 2.
Can people hear us on the other end of this call?
Yes.
We've got the applicant now.
Yep. So we have the applicant and the council. And we're just waiting for Edinburgh Airport Limited to miraculously appear before our eyes.
Sir, can you hear us?
I can. Can the council and the applicant hear the airport?
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah, I can see. I can see the airport on our screen here, sir. I don't know if it's. I'm just going to take the camera off and then on again.
There we go.
Perfect. Phew.
Perfect. Okay, we've had our little break, and we were just going to move on to National Planning Framework Policy 18, and I think I had highlighted that the airport had indicated that this was a shift in emphasis, and I had asked the airport just to kind of explain their position, and I was going to ask the applicant and the council to respond to that in terms of the a shift in emphasis towards infrastructure first in policy 18. So over to you in the airport.
Thank you, sir, and I apologise for earlier. What happened was, as I'm told, that the batteries in the mouse failed, and then I couldn't unmute the airport. So I was actually trying to contribute, albeit briefly, to the last comment, which was on the glossary term of transport assessment, sir. And I only have one single point I was trying to make to that. So if you could indulge me just for a sentence or two, sir, just before we move on to policy 18. In the glossary that Elaine was speaking to for transport assessments, it was discussed that the purpose of the transport assessment was to provide information in a suitable form to allow the local authority, or if necessary, Transport Scotland, to assess and determine the application. And it's simply the point here, sir, that the council here are not the determining party. It is the Scottish ministers following your report and recommendation, sir. Just if we could record that. And
Thank you.
To move to,
I think you perhaps have frozen in the airport. Now, that may not necessarily be a hindrance to us, but does the council and the applicant agree that the airport is frozen? It looks like it. Yes, yeah. We have agreement that you are. Oh, I see movement now. So,
no, sir, I just think we're so still that people think we were not moving, but we're still thinking. The brains are still working. We're just not physically moving. Yeah. I think it's got a slight delay on it, sir.
It seems to. Your hand is consistently hovering above your mouse at the moment.
I'm raising my hand now, sir. You're animated.
Yes. I think I'm happy to continue, but you are frozen. Are the applicants in the council happy to continue?
We would just ask if Mr. McKee would speak up, because he seems to have gone slightly fainter as well in audibility, but as long as he's speaking clearly, then we're continuing.
Did you get that, Mr. McKee?
I did, yes. Is that any better?
It's possibly not that much better. You certainly seem to be more distant than you were earlier on.
Yeah. Right. Sorry, I did have IT have a wee look at it, but if it's not very clear, is it?
I think that's a little bit better. I think if anyone on your side, if it just make sure you speak up. I think we'll be able to move with that. Is everyone happy that we continue despite the frozen appearance of the airport? Everyone happy to continue? Airport, you're happy to continue even although we won't see how animated you are or not?
I think we're probably happy with that. We could come out and log back in again if that would be preferable, but if it's working fine, then. Well,
let's try that once, and if that doesn't work, then we'll be content to see you still. So try to log out and come back in, and we'll start again at 5:02. Okay, we'll start again at 5:02. And if Ewan or Callum are in the background, my technical sort of wizards, if they can be of any assistance, then please help there.
Yeah. Right. We're just going to try and do that. So just bear with. Regarding policy 18, which is infrastructure first.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think our contention is that infrastructure first is a new emphasis, a greater emphasis that's come through NPF 4 and therefore needs to be given due to consideration. Policy intent is clear that it's to encourage, promote and facilitate an infrastructure first approach to land use planning. So I think the intent is there. It does go on to talk about placemaking. However, I think the first part of that sentence is the important one in this respect. And certainly in terms of the policy outcomes, we're looking at infrastructure consideration are integral to decision making, and that potential impacts on infrastructure and infrastructure needs are understood early in the development planning process. I think the key point there is early in the development planning process as part of an evidence-based approach. So clearly the ante is being raised in terms of being able to demonstrate.
Excuse me one moment. I just need to address something. My dog has escaped from the house and it's outside my office. So my apologies for that. And it's barking. It wants to see me. I'm being honest about it and I'm just going to put it back in the house. Thank you. I don't know who's let it out. Bye-bye. 2 minutes.
Sure.
Let's go on mute.
My apologies for that unscheduled sort of break.
Thank you. So what next? Yeah.
I'm sure that's us now for interruptions. So yes, I was just talking about the policy outcomes and the requirement to understand early the development planning process and to evidence requirements. Then turn attention to policy 18 part B, where it talks about the impact of development proposals on infrastructure and the fact that these should be mitigated. So there's a strong word in there in terms of should. And that development proposals will only be supported, again, strength there, will only be supported where it can be demonstrated that provision is made to address the impacts on infrastructure. And that's clearly part of our concern, is the impact on the critical road infrastructure that serves the airport in terms of Eastfield Road moving forward.
So just to pick on that point, I mean, fundamentally, the airport's position is that the TA is flawed. And it's flawed not least for a number of other reasons, but fundamentally it's not been demonstrated that the proposed mitigation is sufficient to cater for the IBG proposal during its construction and operational phases, which is exactly what policy 18B requires. And I think yeah, I do understand the applicant's case about infrastructure first. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to deliver it first. But the airport's concern here, particularly during the construction traffic phases of this development, let alone its operation, is that it will have serious effects that do require to be mitigated at the very front end, which is why in the conditions which we've proposed, that requires the works to be done before development commences on other phases rather than just before the occupation of buildings, because it is as much the impact of the construction traffic that concerns the airport as anything else, certainly.
And on that point, does any part of policy 18 suggest that transportation infrastructure, whether mitigation or otherwise, need to be in place before the commencement of works? Is there anything that provides that direction in policy 18?
So it doesn't explicitly say that. That is what we're interpreting reasonably into what that policy means in these circumstances.
Thank you for that. I'll turn to the council now, I think, and then allow the applicant to come in afterwards. The council, in terms of my original question and what you've heard from the airport.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think delivery of infrastructure and appropriate infrastructure relevant for a development is always at the heart of every significant major application that we deal with. I think the current local development plan, DEL1, specifically relates to infrastructure delivery and appropriate timing of infrastructure delivery. I would say that I think Mr. McKee indicated in his first answer to the question that it didn't necessarily mean infrastructure had to come first, and that's acknowledged. I don't think it's explicit within the policy that infrastructure has to be delivered first, and indeed it's, when you look at the tests further down, it's about necessary and relevant to the development being permissible. And I think it relates to the impacts of the proposed development. There may be some infrastructure that would come in advance of a scheme coming forward, but you wouldn't expect all infrastructure to be delivered before any development starts on site. We wouldn't consider that to be a reasonable test in terms of an application. In terms of construction mitigation, there is nothing that I think we can come to that later if you wish.
Well, unless it's with regard to this particular policy, if there's anything in the policy that relates to that.
No, I was just going to say it doesn't relate to, I think Mr. McKee has related to construction mitigation in answering your question on policy 18, but the council don't believe that there's anything within that for construction mitigation.
Okay. Well, turning to the applicant now, you've heard the airport's view on what policy 18 introduces and their interpretation, and you've heard the council. Do you have anything to add or respond to?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just to start with a point around interpreting policy 18, and I think whatever the reader's view is on shift in emphasis or otherwise, it is our submission that the proposals support the policy intent and outcomes by putting infrastructure considerations at the heart of placemaking, with an emphasis on active travel and sustainable forms of transport, and that is set out within various documents that are already before you, sir, including the most recently submitted transport assessment. The point has already been made and accepted, but I would just reiterate one of the points made in our written submission to these hearings, that the objective to policy 18 involves infrastructure being considered first, but does not necessarily involve the infrastructure being provided first. That's exactly what this application before the hearing today does in our submission. Moving on to the policy criteria themselves, and just briefly, sir, to reiterate again what is already before you in our written submissions, that the development proposals would provide infrastructure in line with that identified as necessary in the adopted local development plan and its action programme. And in relation to criteria B, that the impacts of the development proposals on infrastructure would be mitigated, and therefore in our submission they can be supported because it has already been clearly demonstrated that provision would be made to address the impacts, again as evidenced by the in particular the agreed heads of terms that are before you, sir, for a Section 75 obligation, and which in our submission meet the various tests which are repeated after criteria B to policy 18. And I'd just like to finish by emphasising that, of course, one of those tests is that the any planning obligations that are entered into must be necessary to make the proposed development acceptable in planning terms. That is what the items in the heads of terms do and are based on, and there's no evidence that we're aware of that is before this hearing to justify delivering any of the mitigation prior to commencement of development. And I'll just hand over to nothing else to say, sir, on the matter of construction related mitigation. Would agree with the point made by the planning authority that there's nothing referred specifically to that in policy 18. I don't know if Mr. Bissett wants to come in on that in any greater detail.
I think in terms of the discussion around construction traffic impacts, we're coming onto that as a specific item under the transport assessment section, so I won't delve into that at this point rather than jump about the agenda. But just to reiterate, in policy 18, there's obviously two items there, item A and item B, and it's our contention that the transport assessment has identified the infrastructure that's required to mitigate the impacts of the proposed IBG Phase 1 development. The delivery of these works are set in the draft heads of terms in Core Document 33 as it was amended on the 1st of April 2020. There's nothing else to add on that policy at this time, sir. Thank you.
Sir, could I just be so bold to come back just on it briefly, sir? Just really concerning policy 18B, just to repeat, sir, the first sentence of that policy says the impacts of development proposals on infrastructure should be mitigated. That doesn't distinguish between construction effects or operational effects. It's simply the impact of development proposals. So therefore, in my submission, so this was and does include construction and operational effects.
I'll allow either the council or the applicant to come back on that if they so wish.
Thank you, sir. I think we would just like to direct you to look at the glossary of MPF 4 and the definition of infrastructure first. And then I don't think anybody disagrees that it's about putting infrastructure considerations at the heart of placemaking. And for the purpose of applying the infrastructure first policy, the following meaning of infrastructure will apply, and it gives you a summary of the infrastructure. It doesn't deal with anything to do with construction mitigation within that definition.
Does the applicant want to add anything?
No, we concur with the council's position in that it doesn't state anywhere in policy 18B anything to do with construction traffic at all.
Thank you very much. That was where I was going to leave National Planning Framework 4. I'm sure you would love to sit and discuss it further, but if we're all happy to move on, we can move on to item 4. I think everyone seems to be happy to do that. A proposed city plan. We may have a discussion on a couple of the policies, but I would first off, I'd like to try and see if there is any agreement between the parties on the weight to be attached in my report and by ministers in their decision to the proposed city plan. From reading the applicant's submission, I don't get the impression that the applicant had concluded on what weight it should be given. The council, I think, said it should have limited weight, and the airport says the plan should be afforded some weight. So we've got a range of weights between the parties, and I just wondered if there was any clear view on whether or not it has any role, any weight in the decision, given that I think it's crucial to the examination process at the moment. So maybe the council first. Do you have any advance on your level of weight?
Okay, thank you, sir. We would contend that some weight can be attached, given that city plan represents the settled view of the council. However, this is limited by the fact that representations about the proposed plan have yet to be examined. And as you'll be aware, that examination has now progressed. It has passed its first stage in terms of the compliance report, which has now been agreed. And in terms of its status, it still has to go through that examination process. But we would observe that all the information, including the representations, are now public. But clearly there's still some way to go in terms of the examination.
I think, sir, just adding to that, I would say that there isn't a part of the plan that is not part of the examination. Every single policy and area within the plan has received comments and observations. So therefore it has all been submitted to examination. We're not in a scenario where there's an area that hasn't had comments on it. So on that basis, we have not been using it within our development management assessments, and have, that is the limited weight. We acknowledge that it's the settled will of the council and acknowledge that it's off to examination, but it has not been forming part of our assessments in terms of our development management function.
And although I didn't warn you about this, but I mean, are there comments on West Edinburgh in general, the area, given that you gave us some information there about the range of representations that have been made?
Yeah, you will know. Anybody looking at city plan will see that place 16 is quite a fundamental area of shift for the council in terms of our strategy. And yes, there are comments in and around West Edinburgh that are submitted as part of the examination.
Thanks for that clarification. I think we'll go to the airport now. With regard to your thoughts on the weight to be attached, the council have clearly indicated that limited weight should be applied for the reasons that they've given, and that matters with regard to place 16 will be subject to the examination for the airport.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass to Nicola Woodward.
Okay,
in this regard, sir.
So the key question is, I suppose, how much weight should be given to City Plan 2030? And I hear what Elaine's saying, and I support the view that this is the settled view of the council. Clearly, this is the plan that the council would like to adopt. There are some critical points within the City Plan 2030. Now, I'm not clear how many objections have been raised to policy INF3 or policy INF4 and the supporting text that goes with them. But they do have some quite relevant things to say in terms of how the City Council's view has potentially moved on. And I completely accept Elaine's point that there were many objections, I'm sure, raised on the West Edinburgh area. But really, if we're talking about the infrastructure policies, I guess the question perhaps the council is how many objections were actually raised on them. But pretty much, if I refer you to page 71.
Well, let's allow the council then to kind of answer that, if it's possible. I know we didn't highlight that we've been asked those questions before, but are the infrastructure policies going to be subject to examination rather than going into the individual representations? If they're to be going to examination, then that's probably all we need to know.
I don't know the number, but my understanding from policy colleagues is that every single policy is under examination.
Hopefully that provides you with a bit of background for the airport. Yeah. Okay, carry on.
Thank you. So if I could draw your attention, sir, to page 71 and paragraph 3.58. And as we go through page 71, 72 and through the 70s, this is the West Edinburgh area of the plan. There's some pretty strong statements in there that development should only progress subject to sufficient infrastructure already being available.
I'm going to ask some questions about the detail, but okay. I just really want to get to a point where I understand everyone's position on the weight to be afforded. We've heard from the council that limited weight should be given in a decision. At this moment in time, all the policies are going to examination. So in that context, the council have given me their view. Leaving aside the detail of the policy and how it applies, what would be your view with regard to a plan, a proposed plan, going to examination, the level of weight that should inform a decision? So if you could answer that question first before we decide, or before I decide whether I want to ask some more detailed questions.
Sure. And I think we previously stated, the airport previously stated that we think that weight should be given to the emerging policies, particularly in terms of infrastructure delivery and requirements for infrastructure to be in place or be capable of being put in place early in the process to ensure that the developments coming forward are not negatively impacting on existing uses.
Thanks for that. From the applicant's point of view, a slightly different views from the council and the airport. Do you side with one or other, or do you have an alternative view on the weight that should be attached to the city plan, given the position it's in as outlined by the council?
Yes, thank you, sir. In our view, the summary provided by the City Council would appear to be a fair one, and we don't have anything else to add beyond the points that were raised by them.
Okay, thank you for that. I think there were some matters raised with regard to possibly 16 West Edinburgh and infrastructure policies. Now, I think I will allow a bit of discussion around there, but that is no indication on the level of weight that I think should be given or not to the plan. That's simply because they've been raised. So just because we might have a discussion, please not equate that to my conclusion on the weight to be attached. So I think the airport, you were going to go into matters of detail with regard to place 16 in West Edinburgh. I was going to ask the question whether or not that supports in principle the proposal. That's certainly, I think, the view of others. So if I could ask the airport for their view that the policy set out for West Edinburgh, Place 16, a support in principle for a development of this nature, before we go into any more detail.
Yes, I think that's probably,
Yeah.
I think that's probably clear. They're now talking about West Edinburgh as a much more mixed use area. And arguably the policy position is probably better for this development now than it was under the LDP, which was talking about headquarters type development, primarily on the IBG side.
And I'm assuming, which is often unsafe to do, that the applicant and the council both agree with that. But could you just confirm? I think it's pretty much clear from the submissions, but both the council and the applicant content that there's in principle support from a policy Place 16 applicant.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we do.
And the council?
Yes, we do, sir.
Okay. With regard to that particular policy, is there anything in there that supports the airport's view that infrastructure should be in place before the commencement of development? I know we just talked about that, but it has been referred to. Is there anything in there? I think the airport has indicated that policy 16 supports that view. Maybe to the council first, given its secure emerging plan. Is there anything from policy 16, the West Edinburgh Place, that supports infrastructure being in place prior to the commencement of development?
Thank you. No, I think it almost says the counter in terms of paragraph 3.58 on page 71 under Place 16. There's reference made to INF 3 and 4 as being relevant. And it acknowledges development should not progress subject to sufficient infrastructure already being available, or where it is demonstrated that it can be delivered as part of a phased approach to site delivery. I think the emphasis there has to be on a phased approach, which wouldn't indicate that it would be in place prior to any development taking forward. And this is a phased development that we're looking at.
The applicant, do you agree with what the council have said there?
We do, sir, and I would just refer back to our submissions on these matters already for you.
And I think the airport, it would be fair to give you an opportunity just now just to respond to what the council has said. Particularly with regard to infrastructure being acquired prior to the commencement of development.
Yeah, so if I could respond, policy INF 3, page 125 of the plan says that development will be supported where there is sufficient infrastructure capacity already being available or can be delivered at the appropriate time, or where development can deliver the infrastructure necessary to mitigate any negative effects. I mean, it comes down to what's the appropriate time, sir. And
I was looking at policy. I'm going to come on to policy INF 3 and 4, but just with regard to policy 16, you've heard what the council said in reference to phasing. I'll not repeat what the council said, but does policy 16 support your view before we go on to policy INF 3 and 4, 5?
Yeah, I mean, it sort of depends which emphasis you're putting on the particular words of the policy. It starts off by saying development should only progress subject to sufficient infrastructure already being available, or where it's demonstrated it can be delivered as part of a phased approach to site delivery. In either scenario, the airport believes that there is a concern here about construction traffic impacts, and they happen right at the front end of the development. And therefore, that raises the question about the sufficiency of the existing infrastructure in the first part, or in the second one, it isn't demonstrated, or I don't think it can be demonstrated, that the construction effects can be dealt with later into the development of the project. They need to be dealt with at the front end, sir.
To allow the applicant, before we go on to the INF policies, does the applicant want to come back on anything that the airport has said there?
Thank you, sir. I think the question's already been answered. There is no reference to, or insistence rather, that the infrastructure must be in place before development commences. As I'm sure we'll come on to, the test is that obviously it is in place at the point that the impact arises in order to make it, and that it, that's the necessity test in the relevant circular.
Okay.
Paragraph, just to finish, sorry, so paragraph 3.58, as has been spoken about several times already, clearly, makes it clear that development can progress where it is demonstrated that infrastructure can be delivered as part of a phased approach to site delivery. The City Council have given effect to that reference, and just to reiterate that point.
I think now, Mr. McKee, we can go on. You were going on to talk about the infrastructure policies and your understanding of what emphasis they are providing. So I'll just let you continue now. I think I interrupted you.
It's okay, sir. Yeah, sir, I was discussing policy INF 3, page 125, where it states development will be supported where there is sufficient infrastructure capacity already being available or can be delivered at the appropriate time, or where the development can deliver the infrastructure necessary to mitigate any negative effects. And this is really a timing question, sir, isn't it? And it really, behind that question is whether the applicants have properly, or if at all, assessed the construction effects on transportation, which is in fact item 7 J, sir. So we're actually slightly ahead of the game. I'm assuming here that the construction effects do need to be assessed, and if they require mitigation, then you need to address that at the suitable time. The suitable time in the airport's view is at the front, because that's when it will impact the airport the most, sir. And that's why it's a matter of these policies allow a judgment to be made as to when the decision maker, be it the council or in this case the ministers, decide to ask for the mitigation. We're just saying that we consider after assessment that it needs to be done at the front end rather than the back end. So it's a timing question.
Thank you for that. From the council's point of view, is there any particular change of emphasis or matters that I should be aware of when reading the policies INF 3 and 4, 5 in terms of this case, if I were to consider that some weight is given? We can perhaps deal with the policy 3 first, INF 3. Is there a dramatic change in emphasis?
No, sir, we don't believe that there is a dramatic change in emphasis.
Probably just emphasising this sort of strong emphasis on going forward.
Speak
up, but I don't see it. Yeah, just to come in policy INF 3, I mean, perhaps there's a slightly increased emphasis there on green blue infrastructure.
And the applicant, do you have anything to say about the relevance of policy INF 3? I can read it, I see it. So I've heard what the council have said in the airport. Is there anything you would like to add?
Yes, sir. If I can refer you to core document 5, please, which is the current adopted LDP.
Yep.
And in particular, if we can go to policy DEL 1 on page 89.
Yep.
And if we flick over, well, I'm flicking over the page, but on page 90, under item number 2, you will see that the wording is identical to INF 3. Development should only progress subject to sufficient infrastructure already being available, or where it can be demonstrated that it can be delivered at the appropriate time. So there is no change in position between the current adopted LDP, which is the, as we discussed at the very beginning of this session today, that is the current development plan, and the INF 3 policy wording that we've been just discussing the last 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you for that. Reference between the two.
Sir, if I may just add to that briefly as well on behalf of the applicant, that the first paragraph on page 126 of City Plan sets out that proposals will be required to deliver or contribute to the following infrastructure provision where relevant and necessary to mitigate any negative impact, and to ensure the proposal can meet the council's sustainable transport targets and where commensurate to the scale of the proposed development. It then goes on to list all of those items, and much like the point that was made by Ms. Campbell in referring to the definition of infrastructure first in NPF 4 and the glossary, there is no reference there to mitigating any impacts on construction related or from construction related traffic.
We'll go on to discuss that a little bit more later on this afternoon. I would hope if we get that far in the agenda. I think.
So if I can maybe just come in on that point, if I may. We have previously discussed the NPF 4, which is part of the development plan, which makes a direct reference to the need for the transport assessment to comply with the guidance. The guidance itself, sir, which is before you, and we have lodged, everyone's lodged it, the TA guidance from Transport Scotland specifically refers to the requirement to make a detailed assessment of the construction effects, the construction transport effects. So, you know, we're dealing with a plan which everyone agrees has some weight, but not others. But I just fundamentally come back to that point. No matter what it says in here, the development plan in terms requires an assessment through the TA of the construction transport effects. And as I've said, sir, it's one of judgment and timing. When should you mitigate for the construction effects? It depends what those construction effects are and how they require to be mitigated. That's the point, sir. It's timing. When it mentions the appropriate time, we think the appropriate time is at the front end. The council and the applicant think it should be within later phases. So we are in disagreement.
I will specifically refer to the transport assessment guidance in relation to construction traffic impacts under item 7J.
Thanks for that advance notice, but I think I'd like to allow the applicant an opportunity to respond if they wish to what you've just heard from the airport before we move on from City Plan. Applicant?
Thank you, sir. We won't go into detail just now because we will come on to under item 7 in terms of the transport assessment, but we've addressed this now twice. First of all, in the this is in relation to construction impacts. We discussed this back in 2020 in the first hearing. It has been addressed in the environmental statement which accompanies the application, and we'll go into that in detail later.
Yeah. It was probably in relation to the airport's suggestion that NPF 4 requires that to be assessed. I think that was the point that Mr. McKee was making. So if you get anything in particular with regard to the point that was made, that policy with reference to the guidance, the transport assessment guidance, requires developments to look at construction impacts. I think that was the point that Mr. McKee was making. So is whether or not you've got a response with regard to that. Does the policy actually do what Mr. McKee has said?
Thank you, sir. No, I don't think it does. I don't think that, and we'll come into this under section 7, but in terms of construction impacts and what's required under the transport assessment guidance, as I've stated previously, and I'm sure it'll come up frequently today, that we have the transport assessment is undertaken in accordance with a scope agreed with the Transport Authority. And the construction impacts of the proposed PPIP development have been assessed as not being required to be undertaken at this time.
And as you indicated, we'll come on to discuss that in more detail. Does anyone wish to say anything else with regard to city plan? I've got your thoughts on weight. I will have to make a judgment call on that with regard to reporting to ministers. But I have your views, and I think that's all I need before moving forward. So I don't see anyone sticking their hand up electronically or otherwise. I just wanted to check under item C that there was nothing in this city plan or anywhere else that the car parking requirements have changed. I think that there was reference to the 2020 design guidance appearing rather late in the hearing. I recall that the council, I just want to double check that the city plan doesn't introduce any new car parking guidance. Are there new car parking requirements, or are we still working with the 2020 design guidance as the reference? So that's a question to the council.
In terms of the parking standards, yes, we are. They have not been reviewed since the previous hearing session.
Parking standards, yeah. Okay. That was just really a question for yourself. I don't think anyone else needs to, unless you disagree with the council that they've produced something else that they don't know about. Okay. Right. I can go on to item 5 now, and that's the city mobility plan. And I think the implementation plan as well has been submitted as part of the documentation. So that's item 5. We'll have to move to that. There, from the submissions, I didn't pick up that anyone was indicating that this wasn't a material consideration for the ministers. Anyone who thinks this isn't material to what I should report back to ministers, please say so now. I think it was approved in February 2021. So as long as no one throws their hand up, I can move on from that. So the parties agree it's a material consideration. Question for the council. Now, in the previous evidence and my report to ministers, I was referencing the current transport strategy at the time. I just want to be clear the status of that with regard to the city mobility plan, and where the LDP refers to the transport strategy. Does that now, in a sense, mean the city mobility plan rather than the current transport strategy? So does it replace the transport strategy, and does LDP policy now refer to the city mobility plan? So that's my question to the council. Two questions, actually.
Yeah, so just as you outlined them, sir, yes. So our mobility plan is our current transport strategy for the city. And where we refer to transport strategy within the LDP, it will be referenced to the mobility plan.
A small point, but I just wanted to clarify that. The applicant and the airport, you don't disagree, or do you disagree with the council on that? Expecting you to, so that's fine. The next part is whether or not the implementation plan, which I think has been submitted in the current version of it, is that a matter which I should take into account with regard to being a material consideration? I think it is referred to in the mobility plan as a bit of a ongoing a document, a live document, but the version of the implementation plan which has been submitted, I think perhaps by the airport, is that a matter that we or I should consider as a material consideration to the council first?
I think it's just an evolving document, Sarah, and it's sort of working through the mobility plan and implementing the targets and the measure of the successes contained within the policies.
So is it a matter that is material to this case?
I think it's probably got lesser of a weight in terms of the actual plan itself, in terms of how it sets out, you know, the travel plans that you've referenced, etc. in the mobility plan.
Do the airport have any particular view on the role that the implementation plan should have in planning decisions?
Well, I think it's clear and important that the projects that are listed out within the implementation plan are followed through in terms of obligations and conditions attached to plan to proposals that may be required to deliver them. So there's a series of implementations in terms of the wetter refresh and the proposals and projects that came out of that need to be brought forward. I think the key thing for us in terms of the mobility plan is the greater evidence, or the greater emphasis rather, that's placed on travel plans. It's now clear that travel plans are required for all major trip generators, where it was a little bit looser in the previous iterations. That's policy measure 2. Policy measure people 2, which is on page 16.
Page 16, yeah.
Which says require the provision of travel plans for major new developments as well as for existing workplaces, schools and other major trip generators. So it ups the ante, if you like, in terms of the requirement for travel plans, and I think that's an important consideration when looking at the mobility plan in this context.
I had that sort of question outlined, but I'll ask the applicant and the council perhaps to respond to that with regard to the mobility plan, not the implementation plan, policy people 2, page 16, with regard to what the airport has said about travel plans for all major trip generators. Council first, perhaps?
I don't think at any point have we disputed that there is a need for a travel plan. There is a need for a travel plan. It's as we set out in that 1st of April 2020, it's appropriate to come forward as part of the phased applications and the detailed applications of the proposals that are coming forward. So we don't dispute the requirement for the travel plan, sir.
Okay. And the applicant, anything with regard to what you've heard on travel plans from the airport or the council?
Sorry, sir, I think you might have missed us on the last round in terms of the implementation plan.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to that, but I was wanting to deal with the point that has been raised by the airport.
So in terms of the, I think was it people 2 or place 2, in terms of travel plans, that is, we as part of the transport assessment that is before you now, we assessed the various plans in various policies within the city mobility plan, and we considered that the proposed development supports the policy measures that are contained within was effectively the council's replacement for their local transport strategy, which now supports City Plan 2030.
Thank you for that answer.
Just to add, sorry, sir, briefly to that as well, and just to agree with the point raised by the City Council that I don't think that it's in dispute about the need for, or the appropriateness of including for a travel plan, and as outlined by the City Council, that is already included in the heads of terms that are before you.
Okay, thank you for that. Happy now to return to the applicant with regard to the role for the implementation plan in decisions.
So my understanding of the implementation plan within the City Mobility Plan is that this is effectively the council's report on their progress on the initiatives within the City Mobility Plan. So in effect, it's effectively their report card or progress on how they're delivering the City Mobility Plan.
Based on that, do you have a view on whether or not it's a significant material consideration for actually determining an application?
No, I don't believe it is a significant consideration at all.
Okay, I have just another couple of points before perhaps generally asking for your views on the City Mobility Plan as it applies to West Edinburgh. But if you go to pages 9 and 10, and I think this is referenced in the applicant's transport assessment, section 2.4, is just the future congestion hotspots, and they're illustrated there for us on page 9 and 10. It would be useful just to get the council's view initially on the role that those future congestion hotspots being identified has in making planning decisions. Is there any significance around identifying those congestion hotspots with regard to assessing applications within or impacting those areas? So that's a question to the council. In the first instance, I pointed you to 9 and 10 because that's the nice pretty diagram that kind of explains that easily for us. Is there any practical effect, if you like, of identifying those areas in the City Mobility Plan? And you may wish to refer to policies within the mobility plan in your answer, if you wish.
I think what it does is that it highlights areas that we know there are existing hotspots, I think as we've called them in the document, and it helps to inform the strategy and probably the implementation strategy of works that might come forward. Specifically, congestion, how do we reduce car usage? And I think it's a wider picture, and we'll maybe come on to this in the next matter, that it's a wider picture that all comes together to inform those hotspots.
And the airport, do you have any view on the identification of those hotspots with regard to how they should be considered in planning applications and particularly those that are significant travel generators?
I think it's clear that from the mapping that the area of the dumbbells and Eastfield Road is identified as a future congestion hotspot. Also note there are 3 triangles within the area that identify serious accidents within the period that the council were looking at this. So yes, this is a future congestion hotspot. It sort of plays to our concerns about Eastfield Road in terms of it being able to continue to function as the main artery and connector into the airport, and I think it should be taken very seriously. I mean, certainly the previous transport assessment identified Eastfield Road particularly, and while this is a little bit looser perhaps in what it's suggesting, I think Eastfield Road is clearly still important in terms of mitigating the future impact that this would be a hotspot.
The council, before I come to that, do the council wish to respond to anything that the airport has said in its answer there before I come to that?
I think if you look at it, it's a hotspot. And it would be difficult to say it wasn't a hotspot just because of the nature of the activities that are happening within that area. You know, you've got the city bypass, you've got the A8 coming in, you've got M9 coming, you've got a whole range of different users happening in there. And I think what we're doing here is focusing on road movements and traffic movements, and we're very much about understanding how to move away from these traffic hotspots. And what traffic hotspots mean. Does it mean queuing for slightly longer? Does it mean queuing for a wee bit longer? And then the interrelationship that might have with air quality. So I think it's about pulling all that information together, and that's what this this diagram does. And you'll see that it extends from the airport and right into Corstorphine. So we've got existing communities. How do people move across communities as well? Places of work, you know, around the bypass to hospital treatment, all these sorts of things. So it's a bigger picture, I think, than just this application and the airport. It's a huge community that we've got here, and that is why it's such a focused hotspot, I think, in this area.
Thank you for that. Does the applicant wish to comment on anything that you've heard either from the airport or the council with regard to the practical effect of identifying these congestion hotspots in the future congestion hotspots, I might add, in the mobility plan? Applicant.
Thank you, sir. I think there's maybe just 2 points to make here in relation to that. The picture that you referred to on page 10, that's titled Traffic and Associated Issues, it appears to be that the congestion hotspots are actually from a data source from 2016, is my understanding. From the key in the top, there's an orange dot and it says congestion hotspots source TomTom 2016. So it would appear to be a snapshot in time highlighting potential hotspots at the time of writing this document, not necessarily what's prevalent on the ground at this point in time. And from my reading of the plan, unless I'm misreading it, I couldn't identify that Eastfield Road was identified as a hotspot on this plan, but maybe I'm just not seeing it at this scale.
In terms of the hotspots, the congestion hotspots are the orange dots, which doesn't cover Eastfield Road, but the future congestion hotspots, which I think are based on 2017 data, according to the key, does seem to encapsulate all the way around Corstorphine out past the airport in a kind of orange red outlined shape, which would appear to take in Eastfield Road. So that's what I was referring to. It was the future congestion hotspots. I don't know if that helps you in your answer.
We don't believe there's any practical effects beyond what we've assessed in the transport assessment.
Thank you. And that was my question. What is the practical effect of identifying those in the city mobility plan? Rather than go into detailed questions, is there anything that the council would first off flag up to me as particularly relevant for West Edinburgh in the city mobility plan and of direct relevance to this application beyond what anyone has said in their submissions? Is there any key elements that I need to look at in providing advice to ministers? Site specific, the general policies, you don't need to read about any site specific matters with regard to West Edinburgh that you should flag up to me. in the city mobility plan. So the council first.
I think there's limited reference to West Edinburgh specifically in terms of mobility plan. What there is in various other aspects that all feed into it, there's the sort of, I'm just taking that page. So on page 53, you've got sort of a spatial vision that shows how traffic might start to move differently. So the focus on park and rides out with the city, capturing traffic before it comes through, which would all inform that congestion piece that you're talking about and that future congestion along the A8 corridor. So there's elements that layer up, but there's not a specific focus in on West Edinburgh within the document.
Okay, thank you. Applicant, is that your understanding? Would you agree with what the council have said with regard to specific reference to West Edinburgh?
Nothing else to add, sir.
And the airport, would you agree with the council's summary of the key elements that may or may not be directly flagging up matters in West Edinburgh?
Thank you, sir. The only thing I would add is that obviously the Edinburgh Airport general area is identified as a potential hotspot for congestion, and the plan which is associated with that is of some vintage 2017, sir, and that obviously increases rather than decreases the concern of the airport about the potential impact of new development on and around Eastfield Road, sir.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't have any other questions on the city development, city mobility plan. You've given me your views on it and the implementation plan. Just one query before we go on to item 6, and it's for the council. In the previous report to ministers and documents that were submitted, I refer to the Sestran Regional Transport Strategy refresh, I think of 2015. There is a draft 22 to 2035 regional transport strategy. Is this relevant, or do I stick with the Sestran RTS of 2015, or does the city mobility plan actually give me the key reference for this application? So essentially asking you which transport strategy takes priority in terms of this case. So if I can ask the council, is the 2015 regional transport strategy dead?
Yeah, no, a good question, sir. We're tackling with that one. No, we think it's still be a live document. Mobility plan would be informed by some of the more regional work that's taking place. It would start to inform. We've got various things happening in city region deal, etc., that look at transport, and that would be where it would focus in from.
And would you suggest that the city mobility plan is the key reference with regard to transport strategy for this application? You seem to indicate in your answer that the new draft, the 22 to 2035, is not relevant because it's early on in its process. But is the city mobility plan the main transport strategy for me to have reference to in terms of the practical application to this case?
Yes, we would agree that the city mobility plan is the appropriate document for the transport strategy.
The applicant, do you agree with what the council has said there?
Yes, we do, sir.
Okay, and the airport?
So we're inclined to a similar view as expressed by the council. I was just double checking that it's not supplementary guidance associated with CES plan, so it still exists, sir. It wasn't wiped away by the NPF coming forth, so it's still a material consideration, although it may be a little bit out of date or not particularly relevant to development management decisions such as the one before you. So.
If I could just come back in, if that's appropriate, for clarification, just on page 4 of the city mobility plan, the diagram there shows the interrelationship and the sort of the regional transport strategy sitting above city mobility plan and strategic transport reviews, etc., sitting at national level. So it provides that hierarchy of proposals there. Plans and etc.
That's just one a final question. Hopefully it won't take too long, but not to go into the detail, but because we'll come on to that later. But does the city mobility plan identify mode share targets for particular areas, or generally in terms of what should be applied to major transport generators? I think the previous transport strategy did. We don't need to go into that. It's whether or not you can refer me to anywhere in the mobility plan which gives a clue to what the council would wish for in terms of mode share targets, either geographically or by use type or in any other means. So this will go to the council first of all. It's whether or not the city mobility plan gives me any direction in terms of mode share targets.
Thank you, sir. There's a chapter page 22 under the people topic that discusses mode share targets, and it says as we move forward and refine the plan about keeping people involved in different objectives, but it doesn't specifically set new mode share targets. It gives a mode shared data survey from 2019.
Would you say that that's now a shift from the previous transport strategy, which from memory did indicate ambitions with regard to mode share? So that's a change.
Yeah, it does say within that text that once agreed, the mode share targets will be set out in a technical note to support the monitoring of this plan. And I'm not aware that we have that technical note available yet.
So are you content that the previous transport strategy did set out mode share targets? The city mobility plan doesn't, but looks to do so in a future document. Is that the picture?
Yes, that's correct. And I think, sir, we would also look at WETA as part of the information piece here in terms of transport and mode share targets that are set out within that document.
Yep, which we talked about at our previous hearings. In the absence of mode share targets in the city mobility plan, is there any reference back to the previous transport strategy, or should I ignore them? In the absence of the city mobility plan,
yes. In the absence of the city, it's the city mobility plan that we have stated as the transport strategy.
Yeah, okay. That's clear. Applicant, anything to add with regard to my questioning on whether the mobility plan provides me with any guidance, or any of the parties any guidance with regard to mode share in general or for this application? You've heard what the council has said with regard to a future technical note, which may provide that, but is that your understanding?
Yes, sir, that is our understanding. I don't believe there's anything specific in the current version of the city mobility plan that gives us any guidance on the mode share targets for this site or any others. I would concur with the council that the most relevant and up-to-date mode share targets would be these in the Weta refresh report.
Thank you for that. Does the airport wish to contribute anything with regard to what the city mobility plan may or may not say for mode share targets? You've heard the council's understanding to the airport.
Sir, if I could pass you to Kevin Martin. So, just a comment on Mr. Bissett's comments that referred to Weta and mode share targets. It would be useful if I could have a reference in that document where mode share targets are provided. It's my opinion that Weta provides a strategic objective to maximise mode share. It doesn't provide mode share targets.
I think if we could, we will be breaking for lunch quite soon. So rather than forcing Mr. Bissett to plough through Weta or Weta refresh, and I think Mr. Bissett may be able to come back to us after lunch. Is that fair, Mr. Bissett?
Yes,
yes, sir. That's fine.
Okay, that's my questions for this city mobility plan. I've got one last item before lunch. If you can bear with us, it's not going to be a long item, I don't think, although that may turn out not to be the case. I'm aware from submissions there's a consultation exercise ongoing towards West Edinburgh 2050. Is it relevant? I know that in the airports, the Litchfield's policy review in paragraph 1.6 to 1.9, that's on page 20 of their submission. The airport have provided some commentary on that, but a question to the council is the relevance of that consultation exercise to this application, or can you provide any other further update on towards West Edinburgh 2050? Is there anything to be taken into account for this case?
I would say no, sir. I think when you read the document and you read the context of the document, it's very much a broader strategy and a lot of different areas coming together. I think that's just highlights the use of West Edinburgh quite a lot, and the boundaries of West Edinburgh can change, and this takes in some of the existing West Edinburgh community. So I just refer you to page 1 really of the document.
And do you consider, or maybe you could confirm at what stage this exercise is at the moment, just for all the parties' understanding? I described it as a consultation, but perhaps that wasn't accurate.
No, it is a further, so there's a draft strategy, and it was actually just at planning committee on Friday for noting rather than anything else, and a referral from their sustainability committee, and it was just to agree the draft strategy for the purposes of public consultation, and that further report would be coming back in terms of a finalised strategy and delivery information. So it's going out to the communities and the stakeholders, the landowners, and you'll also see at the front of the document there's a number of interested other bodies, including Scottish Enterprise, the Futures Trust and the government as part of this process. So it's quite a wide-ranging document.
So is your view that it's at such an early stage that it's of little relevance to this case? Is that what you were indicating?
Yes, I would say that is the case. Yes.
I think we'd also highlight that it's not considered a statutory planning document as well. It needs to be seen as such. The Weta committee did highlight that particular point. It talks about the relationship to city plan.
At some point, if adopted, it would be a material consideration, I would assume, rather than part of the development plan. Perhaps the applicant, any comment on what you've heard from the council? Are you content to agree with the council's view, or do you want to come back on anything that has been mentioned by the Lichfield's review, para 16-19 on page 20 of their submissions? Or are you happy that with the council's submission that it's early, it's a consultation exercise, and is of little relevance?
Just very briefly agree with the points made by the council in response to its relevance. Secondly, with regards to the submission by Lichfield's paras 1.6 to 1.9, notwithstanding the points made around its relevance, we would just add that in our submission, the application proposals very much support and reinforce the general objectives in that document around matters such as sustainable transport and infrastructure delivery.
Thank you. And to the airport, do you have anything to add or to comment on with what you've heard from the council and the applicant?
Not very much, no. We have had sight of the committee report from last week. Really, the main highlight in that document, the 2050 document, is the importance of infrastructure first and that approach to delivery, but acknowledge that it doesn't currently form part of the development plan.
Very much for that. You may be glad to hear that I would propose a break at the moment for lunch. My only question to you is whether you wish the whole hour, or would you be content with coming back at 2 o'clock? I know these virtual sort of meetings can be quite tiring, but I would propose that we come back at 2. Does that provide enough time for everyone? Council happy? Please nod. Applicant happy? Nods. And the airport
Yes, we're happy, sir.
happy with that. So we'll see you all at 2 p.m. and that's to go through item 7 onwards. Thank you. We'll see you at 2. Good afternoon to the parties. I can see the applicant and the airport and the council have just come in. It's also been very busy because they haven't managed to polish off their whole lunch in front of them there. So, the documents that you might require for this afternoon would largely be the transport assessment and the McDonald review, and the individual responses of the parties. I think those are the key documents that I'll be referring to. So not that many, but you obviously all will refer to other documents, and if you do, just highlight the number and allow the parties just a bit of time to find them. In terms of the preamble to this part of the agenda, as you will have gathered from the submissions and how to set the agenda out, this is really an opportunity to discuss the concerns that the airport have set out in their review of the transport assessment. There are other matters to be discussed, but largely speaking, this part of the agenda is to go through those concerns, for me to ask questions of the parties, and hopefully you will get the opportunity to ask all the questions that you want to on those matters before the closing of the hearing. It's my estimation that we won't get through everything this afternoon, and that we'll probably be looking at tomorrow morning until lunchtime as a conclusion. But that's only a best guess at the moment. But that's just in case you're forward planning at all with anyone. That's my best guess at the moment. So let's go into the transport assessment part. There's a couple of matters I just want to clarify first of all that don't necessarily relate directly to the specific matters on the agenda. And the first one, I think, hopefully can be cleared up. Perhaps it's an extremely daft question, but to the applicant, on a range of diagrams within your transport assessment, there's a bus stop that keeps appearing in the middle of the centre of the site. Is that just a mistake, or is it the park and ride facility, or a range of the diagrams, the figures, the maps indicate that there's a bus stop in the middle of the site? So at some point during the afternoon, you can clarify that for me. Perhaps I was just missing something, but it seems to be on a number of the figures. I don't have all the numbers. So I'll leave that with you, and at some point during the afternoon, you can come back to me. I think it's a diagram, a little blue triangle that denotes current bus stops, and there seems to be one in the middle of the site. Okay, that's one matter which I'll leave with the applicant to clarify. And the other matter which isn't captured in the agenda and is for the council, in terms of your submissions, recent submissions, you used the phrase being comfortable with the scope and detail of the technical assessment. And so the direct question, I suppose, to use, was that scope, which I think is set out in Appendix A of the applicant's transport assessment, was that scope agreed by the council, or were you just comfortable with it? And that's a matter for the council. I think the transport assessment sets it out quite clearly in Appendix A, in terms of a note that sets out the scope. Was that the scope that was agreed with the council?
Yes, was.
Yes. Okay. So not only were you comfortable, but if you agreed with it.
Yes.
I think that deals with one of the points that the airport had raised around that phrase. So we don't need to ask that question again. Was that your understanding, the applicant, that the council had agreed that Appendix A, your note on the scope? I think you're still muted, Mr. Bissett.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Right. Yes, it's our understanding that the Appendix A of the submitted transport assessment, which sets out the scope that we sent to the council, is agreed with the council.
Taking that the airport don't want to come in just in that matter of fact with regard to clarifying that the scope was agreed. Airport.
We'll take that as read. I will be bringing that up under one of the early items, sir.
I think so. We did ask for the passing correspondence and identifying that agreement. I know there are documents have been submitted saying it's been agreed, and both the applicants and the council have got holding hands on this, but we were actually hoping to see the actual, exchanges between the applicant's agent and the council. They're not before the inquiry. I'm not asking for them. I just simply serve that. So
I'll note that, and I've heard what the council have said in the applicant in that regard. Mr. Bissett, you may have been pouring through one of the WETA studies to find mode shares for the applicant. Did you find anything, or would you want to bring it up at the appropriate point in the agenda? But I'll just give you an opportunity just now, Mr. Bissett. I think it was to provide reference back to either paragraph numbers or tables within the studies. Mr. Bissett.
Yes, thank you, sir. I did find it before lunch. If you go to see the WETA refresh report, core document 14, doesn't have a page number, I don't think. Doesn't appear. Oh, it does. It's very faint. It's page 7. It's section 3. There's a table 3.1 that says revised WETA objectives. And in the first column that says transport planning objectives, and the 1, 2, 3, the fourth one down, one of the objectives is to achieve 50% mode share by public transport, walking and cycling, as set out in the relevant policy documents. That's the reference I can find to the mode share objectives. There's obviously further detail on page 47 under section 7.3.6, which discusses the various mode shares for all the different developments, and they're referred to in the following page, which is table 7.5. We can go through that in further detail later, or as in when it's necessary.
That table provides essentially contributions to that mode share from different developments, as you've described.
Yes.
Airport, you've been provided with those references. Content that you've got the appropriate references, and we may come on to discuss that later on in the agenda. Happy?
Can I just give you another reference that I had a look at lunchtime? First of all, I'll comment on the table 3.1, and it's repeated in table 3.2. This is an objective of the WETA study, which is a strategic objective for the West of Edinburgh area as a whole. I would refer you to page 3 of the WETA refresh document. And the top of the document refers to a reporter's decision on the local development plan, which was released, and the information, the series of recommendations within the local development plan were adopted by CEC and the respective partners, with IBG being one of those partners. There is then a box on page 3 titled Transport Assessment, and there are 2 bullets in that box. The second bullet talks about detailed transport assessments where required, should include modelling, etc. Very similar to WETA 10.5, which we discussed at the last hearing, sir, which required a site-specific detailed transport assessment. But the box in WETA Refresh on page 3 regarding detailed transport assessments ends by saying that the detailed transport assessment should show how mode share targets are to be met.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I think once we get further on in the agenda, I may be asking the applicant, Mr. Bissett, to go back to that second table and just to kind of remind us, because I think we did go through in the hearing the contribution expected from the International Business Gateway towards that overall 50%. So that's just a little sort of heads up from Mr. Bissett, but that's for later on in the agenda. So that's my preliminaries before we go into the agenda proper, and it looks as if we can all move in that direction. Now, first matter, which is 7A, that's EIA regulations. Just want to clarify matters. We advertised it as supplementary environmental information after it came to us, the transport assessment and the associated appendices and technical notes. These technical notes, there's a question for the applicant. These technical notes explain the changes, or at least explain the relationship with the conclusions from the earlier EIA. I just want you to explain how we are to read those technical notes and the transport assessment with regard to your original EIA as amended by previous addendums, given that a new chapter, for example, wasn't provided on the back of the transport assessment. So it's just how do you consider those notes and assessment should be read with regard to the original EIA?
The 3 technical notes that were produced as a consequence of the new transport assessment, there was one on transport, one on noise, and one on air quality. Yeah. They were produced to provide an update as a consequence of the new transport assessment and the new traffic surveys that were undertaken to determine if anything had changed in terms of environmental significance or the effects that were reported in the 2018 supplementary environmental information, which was prepared in relation to these chapters. So they haven't been titled or prepared as replacement chapters per se. They provide, I suppose, updated information clarifying that the significance of the effects has not changed as a consequence of the new transport assessment.
The council then, I mean, in terms of those submissions and what you've heard there from Mr. Bissett, are you, as a planning authority, would you be content with that explanation and how they sit with regard to the EIA regulations and the original EIA? It's not a tricky question, it's just to get your view on that. Is that what you normally expect? Would you be content? Yes. Yeah. Thank you for explaining that. Does the airport have any issues with regard to EIA regulations in terms of either what the DPA has done in terms of advertising since it's come in, and how we should read it with the original EIA statement? Just if there's anything I need to report to ministers on it, I would like to have your views.
Sir, I think I raised this point in my letter on the 7th of February under the heading of EIA assessments, which may have actually triggered this particular part of the agenda. I think the point of view of the airport was that the EIA, the environmental statement here, shouldn't be part of a paper chase. It should be relatively easy to understand. And I think it is quite difficult from a public's perspective, which is what this document is about. It's about informing the public and public participation to establish readily if there are any changes to the original conclusions of the EIA or not. Now, I'm pretty sure Mr. Bissell may have pointed to particular paragraphs on that, but it does require quite a bit of inquiry into that. And certainly customarily, where EIAs have been revisited with quite a significant change in chapter, such as the introduction of a new TA, one would expect there to be a new chapter with consequent updating, or at least, documents where one can see there's no requirement to update, but only to record that there's been no significant change from the previous document. And that carries right through to the non-technical summary as well, sir. I don't think we were saying absolutely it does not comply, but we had concerns about what had been done. And certainly the City of Edinburgh Council, I'm pretty sure, have previously asked for EIAs to be sort of updated. So you always can have an updated EIA rather than simply to rely on a document where the change here is one of some significance. So it's not just a tiny additional piece of information, it's a whole new it basically introduces an update of an important chapter of the EA, which is the transport impact of the development. That was the point. So.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. So beyond the difficulty of just navigating through the paperwork, you don't, you're not flagging up to me that there's a compliance issue with the regulations. It's just the difficulty of tracking everything through the paperwork.
That's correct, sir. I'm not flagging up that it is non-compliant. I think I suppose it could be, but that's not our position here today. So I would probably just, as an additional observation before we move to the terms of the transport assessment, it's quite interesting that in the EIA, the Royal Highland Show redevelopment has been identified as part of the cumulative projects for cumulative assessment, yet one doesn't see that in the TA. So I think the focus for the airport's stance here is concentrated primarily on policy, as we've been through, and the terms of the TA, and then onwards to the conditions and the planning applications.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anything the applicant would like to respond to there, or are you happy that I move on to item B?
I think, sir, we're content to move on. Mr. Bissett noted for you what the technical notes communicated by way of changes of environmental significance, which is the EIA point, and the rest of the afternoon is about TA issues as opposed to EIA issues, to the extent a distinction can be drawn. And I don't think I need to address you on legal matters, because Mr. McKee has said he's not specifically saying that there's a compliance issue. He's just expressing concern about the paper chase. And I think we're happy to leave you to draw your own conclusions on the paper chase.
Well, thus far I've been able to follow it. So item B then, a travel plan, and we've had a little bit of discussion around the policy aspects of it. The workplace travel plan framework is described in chapter 6 of the transport assessment. So you might want to get the transport assessment. Are you ready? And go to section 6. Mode share targets are not set out in this framework. Are to be set as far as the applicant is concerned at a later date through use of conditions or obligations. I note that Airport has said that travel plan without, targets is of limited value. The first point, I think, is that for the applicant is that would you expect a travel plan to set out mode share targets? Leaving aside this is a different scenario. If a travel plan was put forward with an application, would you expect it, in terms of the guidance, to propose mode share targets? I think that's just the first question for the applicant.
I think in relation to your question, the answer would be yes. There should be mode share, whether it's mode share targets or the anticipated mode share from your trip generation contained within your transport assessment. They would ordinarily be set out in the transport assessment. And whilst I acknowledge that they were not explicitly set out, and it's been clarified in our further written submission, they were set out in a roundabout way in our transport assessment scoping note, again, which I clarify in our further written submission. So I acknowledge that they're not specifically set out in the workplace travel plan section that you've just referred to. But the information that has been relied on or used as part of Weta Refresh, which explains mode shares in further detail, has been carried through to this transport assessment through the agreed transport assessment scoping exercise.
I think you also pointed us to a table in your, I think it's in Appendix 1 to the response to the submissions from the applicant, at para 2.1.7 on page 3. I think that you've highlighted a table and highlighted those as desired mode share targets. I wouldn't mind if you would take us through that table. So that's on the document that you responded to the comments of others. So that's your last submission, Appendix 1, I think it was.
Yes, sir. Just for reference, it's APP 519 is the response to further written submission by Edinburgh Airport Limited, prepared by myself. Because we'll probably refer to it quite a lot, so it's probably quite easy to 519. In terms of the table 1, just below paragraph 2.17 in that APP 519, what I've sought to do there is replicate the trip generation that is included within both the Weta Refresh and in our transport assessment, which is APP 521. So I've quoted the various arrivals and departures by all the different vehicle types from both these documents, and then I've simply put in the percentages that are equated to from these, and you will see if we cross-refer to Weta Refresh core document 14, find it, I think it's 7.3.6. 7.3.6, there is text under scenario A, which talks about the various forecast mode shares by public transport and by car, and they're referred to across the page in table 7.5 as well.
That table one, your response, is that an output of the new transport assessment? Just to be clear on that, because you mentioned it's related to the WETA and the assessment, but I had read it perhaps wrongly that it was an output from your transport assessment.
It is an output from the transport assessment. It's also an output from WETA Refresh, which is where the trip generation for the new transport assessment is based. So I'm not creating new information. I suppose I'm transposing it from CD14 into APP 519.
Okay.
And maybe just to give an example, we'll go through all the numbers, but just as an example, we'll take the first one there. If we go down the first column to public transport persons, and then there's a number next to it, 999, and a mode share of 44%. If you cross-refer to table 7.5 in CD14, and you go to the AM 7 till 9 period, the PT mode share, and if you go across 4 boxes to it says DEST at the top, which is destination, which is actually arrivals. So they're sort of back to front in this table, but that has the 44% there. And if you jump up 3 or 4 rows, you'll see the number 999. So we haven't created new information, we've just merely clarified the information that was already before this inquiry back in 2020.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Before I move on, is there anything that the airport or the council would like to say before I go into more questions around a travel plan and a mode share? Is it just simply in relation to what you've heard so far?
Yeah, I would like to respond to. First comment I'm going to have to make is that Mr. Bissett has acknowledged mode share targets are not included in the transport assessment. Mode share targets have to be addressed in accordance with Annex A. Can I refer you, please, to it's my TA review, which is EL 7. And the 2 paragraphs I'm going to refer to the transport assessment guidance. My 3.8 says TA guidance is quite clear on the requirements of travel plans. My 3.9 says that TA guidance paragraph 6.2 states, do you have it, sir? Yes?
Yes, I have it in front of me, yeah.
A travel plan framework should be agreed at the planning application stage and outline measures and targets included in the TA. So we've got Annex A saying that the travel plan with mode share targets should be provided in the TA. Mr. Bissett has said they're not in the TA. And we have TA guidance clearly stating that targets should be included. But I have to go back to the discussion this morning, sir, on policy. And we concluded that in terms of MPF4 policy 13, part C, which says that a TA should be provided in accordance with relevant guidance, that rather than guidance being something that you can or cannot follow, part C of policy 13 elevates that aspect of the TA, it elevates the TA guidance to be a specific requirement of MPF4.
Yeah.
Go on to the comments that both the council have made about the scoping note, sir. I think they both agreed that the scoping note and the TA are in accordance with Annex A. Those were the words that were used, I seem to record.
I can quickly check. I can certainly recall the applicant saying that, but I'll double check just now. Applicant, are you quite happy that that's attributed to you? That Annex A is in accordance with the guidance? I just want to give you an opportunity to clarify.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, sir?
Well, I think the airport were just indicating that they were of the understanding that the agreed scope is in accordance with transport assessment guidance, and they were attributing that view to you and the council. And I just wanted to make sure that I got your views on whether or not both the council and the applicant were content that the scope of the transport assessment was in full compliance with the transport assessment guidance, albeit a little bit long-winded, but hopefully you got the gist of that.
It is my view that the transport assessment scope has been prepared and agreed in accordance with the transport assessment guidance as it applies in this instance. Because as we have said before at the previous hearing, the transport assessment guidance is just that, it's guidance. There are paragraphs and policies in there, that don't necessarily apply to all developments. It's trying to be an overarching guide to cover all eventualities. So there may be certain paragraphs within transport assessment guidance that aren't particularly relevant to particular developments.
Thank you for that. And the council, had you said what the airport said you had said earlier on? Or is that really a matter for the applicant?
That's a matter for the applicant. We stated that we'd accept the scoping, or we contempt the scoping.
Hopefully that's clarified matters for you, and I'll allow the airport just to carry on.
Well, I'll just come back on that aspect. The guidance isn't something, in my view, or NPF4 that cannot be followed here. It's prescriptive. Part C of Policy 13 requires the TA to be in accordance with TA guidance, but I'll move on. I think I've made that point.
Yeah, you certainly have, sir. Yeah.
So, if I may, just possibly picking up what was said there in the most literal sense, the MPF is not prescriptive. It is a policy document as a matter of law. And I'm sure I don't need to remind you of the legal test. So to describe it as prescriptive is misleading.
I've taken a note of that, Mr. Collar. I'm not expecting the airport to respond to that, just to continue along the lines you're continuing. But I've heard what you're saying on NPF 4, and I'll allow you to continue now.
I'd like to refer to the scoping notes, which is Appendix A of the TA, which is App 521. And first of all, I'd like to go to page 2. Under travel plan, in the middle of page 2, the first paragraph begins with, it is proposed to prepare a framework travel plan. And the last sentence of that first paragraph says, the framework would set out the desired mode share targets for the various land uses within the development. So scope is quite clearly saying that mode share targets will be provided in the TA. I'd like you then to refer to page 10, the scope. And 2/3 of the way down, and this is responding to Annex A, sir, in the scoping note, and it's providing commentary within the scoping note under each bullet point in Annex A. And under a travel plan which addresses the desired mode share targets for the site, which are agreed with the council and fit with local transport strategy, the paragraph begins, our proposed tier scope intends to provide a framework travel plan. And the last sentence again, the framework would set out the desired mode share targets for the various land uses within the development. So we have a clear position within the scoping note that the transport assessment will provide mode share targets within the TA. Now I'd like to refer to the applicant's response to the TA review.
Are you happy that I asked the applicant at this point to respond to what you've said, just so it doesn't forget what has been mentioned, unless it's all related?
Yeah. Well, this is all to what has just been said by the council and the applicant. I'm quite happy if you want to ask the applicant or the council whether or not they have any comment on what I've said so far.
Perhaps if I can ask the applicant, is there any commentary on the intention of the scope with regard to what was written in Appendix A with regard to mode share targets?
Yes, sir. As I maybe highlighted about 5 or 10 minutes ago, between the production of the transport assessment scoping and the transport assessment, there is clearly an oversight there. And in fact, the mode share targets, as I alluded to earlier, were not specifically spelt out in the transport assessment, as we had referred to a previous study being the wetter refresh in terms of mode share targets. So there is an anomaly or a disparity there between what we've said in the scoping note and what is actually presented in the transport assessment. We're not shying away from that fact. The information is there within the documents before you, particularly wetter refresh, which was subject to the inquiry in 2020. Well, the transport assessment did not have the mode share targets explicitly stated within it in percentage terms. It could well be calculated from the information before you, but the percentages were not presented in full detail.
I don't think I need to take the council in unless they're very keen. I was going to ask their report to continue points that they were making. No one's sticking their hand up in the council. Back to you then at the airport to continue.
Yeah, as I said, sir, I'd like to now refer to the applicant's response to the TA review, which is Act 519, and it's Mr. Bissett's response is section 2 of that. And of section 2, I'd like to refer to page 2. Yeah. You'll see that 216 first says the TA sets out a framework travel plan in accordance with Transport Assessment Guidance paragraph 6.2. Well, I've already referred to paragraph 6.2, sir, of the guidance, which is 3.9 of EL 7, which says that the travel plan framework should be agreed and outline measures and targets included in the TA. So what Mr. Bissett says in 2.1.6 is incorrect. It is not in accordance with Transport Assessment Guidance, paragraph 6.2. But then in the very next sentence in 2.1.6, the paragraph says that mode share targets would be of little use at this stage. Of little use. It's a contradiction in the same paragraph, sir. And also, of little use, my view is that's a direct rebuke of Annex A, NPF 4, and the TA guidance, which say exactly the opposite. Then Mr. Bissett has referred to this, that The WSP response in 2.1.7 of the page contradicts the of little use statement by suggesting these figures in table 1, and he uses the words can be presented as mode share targets. They cannot be presented as mode share targets here. Look at the title of table 1. These are trip generation figures from the transport assessment. They are from a chapter of the transport assessment titled trip generation. These are trip generation figures which should then have had mode share targets applied to them. Can be presented is just incorrect, sir. And if ever there was more evidence that that is the case, and it's not an error, we missed out mode share targets in the TA. If you look at the previous section of the TA, which is section 6, on page 41, section 6.12, it specifically states under mode share, there's a title, mode share targets there. And it states that mode share targets will be set upon completion of on-site staff surveys and incorporate any comments from the local authority following the granting of planning permission. It's clearly stated in the TA. There's not a misrepresentation, and table 1 doesn't present mode share targets. They are trip generation figures. It's very clear from the wording of the transport assessment itself that mode share targets have not been considered at this stage in contravention of Annex A, NPF 4 and TA guidance. The applicant then goes on to conclude on this particular matter of mode share in paragraph 2.1.9 at the bottom of page 3 of the response. It is therefore concluded that desired mode share targets were provided in the supporting information that underpins the TA. Now, this is referring to the WETA study, sir. WETA study is not supporting information. It is a strategic study that required a site-specific and separate TA, as WETA 10.5 states, and we discussed that at length at the last hearing, requiring a site-specific and separate transport assessment using site-specific analysis of its own. The WETA refresh study does not underpin the TA. What we've been listening here, sir, in Edinburgh Airport's view, is that the applicant's response in Act 519 to the TA review is just an unsuccessful attempt to rectify a major error in the TA. That is, it does not contain mode share targets as required by TA guidance, Annex A, and NPF 4 Policy 13.
Well, while the applicant gathers his thoughts, I would just take the council in at the moment, if they would like to respond to anything there before I ask the applicant to respond, or is the council quite happy to listen to the applicant? Anything in particular that you've got something additional to respond to the council's point of view?
Nothing additional at this time. I think I'd like to hear the applicant's view, please.
To the applicant, then, you've heard what the airport has set out, some of which was included in their original response. Do you want to respond to these matters or any specific matters in particular?
Thank you, sir. In relation to one of the points, the trip generation as presented in APP 519 Table 1, the numbers directly relate to mode share. We convert numbers to percentages. The desired mode share targets are that within the transport assessment based on the trip generation for the proposed development. However, you can only fully assess the mode share of a particular use on site or an occupier of the site once that site is occupied, and you can undertake surveys of that occupier of a building or a plot or a type of development to determine what the actual mode share on the ground for that development is. From these surveys that you would undertake once the development is occupied, you would present the actual mode shares that are recorded from your surveys and then develop or amend measures within your framework travel plan and your full travel plan to achieve the desired mode share targets which you've presented in your transport assessment. So in other words, if there's a target presented based on the trip generation in the transport assessment, when you actually survey real life occupiers on site, and they may have different travel patterns, better or worse than what you predicted in your transport assessment, the travel plan provides the mechanism for working on that mode share to achieve a shift towards sustainable travel, if that's what is required, from the actual surveys of occupiers of the site.
So from what you said earlier and in there, that table 1, what am I correct in saying that let's say the private transport mode share that translate into targets for your transport assessment of 56, 69, 85 and 63%? That's not, am I getting it wrong by including that you're saying that's the targets that you'd be going for at those particular times of the day?
That's the predicted mode share based on the wetter refresh and our transport assessment for the peak periods of 7 AM to 9 AM and 4 PM to 6 PM.
But in terms of a mode share target, which is obviously different to that, which will be predicted by trip generation, are you saying that you want to adopt those as targets?
Yes, these would be the initial targets that we would adopt. However, over the passage of time, once your development's occupied, you normally do surveys of occupiers, particularly in a long-term development that would be built out over a number of years. You would do surveys on an annual basis to see what you're achieving in terms of your mode share and developing measures to influence that mode share as the development proceeds. That's fairly standard practice.
Okay, thank you for that response. From the council's point of view, I see from your submissions you'd expect a mode share target of 50%. I think that you refer to that as on foot, cycle or public transport, so sustainable travel as 50%. From what you've heard from the applicant there in response to my question, does that fit with your aspirations? It's a question to the council.
Sorry, could you just repeat the end of the question again? We were just gathering our thoughts on another point to bring to the table.
Okay, I was just wanting to get your reaction, given that you have said in your submissions that you would expect a mode share target of 50% sustainable travel, to the applicant saying there that it would initially adopt a lower targets within that. I refer to private transport in my discussion with the applicant, but it doesn't seem to be in line with what you expect with regard to 50% sustainable travel.
So, the mode share targets is a minimum of 50% public transport, cycling and walking. So that's what we would be looking for.
And I assume that's what you would be looking to secure through travel plans and the obligations and conditions that we might go on to discuss later, and they've been referred to by the applicant.
Yes.
Yeah. The council indicated that they had something additional to discuss in relation to what we've been discussing, so happy to hear that now.
Thank you. And it was really about the discussion about mobility plan and the mode share targets that might be set or otherwise. And I think nationally, and it's something new that's come forward as part of climate mitigation, is really talking about car kilometres and reduction of car kilometres within that argument as well. So we sought clarification, and the mobility plan doesn't set mode share targets now. It sets a desire to reduce car kilometres by 30% across developments by 2030. So that's sort of, in addition to transport assessment, it's really looking at that climate piece as well, linked in with reduction of car kilometres. So that's just an extra layer that we've sort of added in. So we haven't progressed the mode share targets as part of the mobility plan. It is about car reduction in kilometres, which goes above and beyond the Transport Scotland section of 20% reduction. The council are looking at 30% reduction in car kilometres.
I've not asked the applicant to provide their assessment in car kilometres today.
But I think it's just a shift slightly in emphasis for some of how we're assessing major developments now as they come forward. If it had been the major development coming forward now, there might have been a slight shift in emphasis of how we'd be considering that.
Okay, I mean, the airport have referred to their submissions, the transport assessment review by Mark MacDonald. I think I'll give the opportunity for the applicant. In the response, the applicant gave some information with regard to the airport's response on transport guidance. So if you go to that Mark MacDonald transport assessment review, I think it's paragraph 3.8 to 3.23, a number of statements with regard to transport assessment guidance. Is there anything on reflection that the applicant would like to respond to there set out in paragraphs 3.8 to 3.23? Unless the airport we're going to go on to some of those matters, but I just would like the to give the opportunity to the applicant to respond to any of these matters, given that their response was relatively limited on that matter in their original response. Anything in particular that you would like to respond to over and above what you've said already, the applicant?
Well, I don't think there's anything else we have to add at the moment. We clearly disagree with the airport's position in this section. As I've said on numerous occasions, this time and in the 2020, transport assessment guidance is that. It is guidance. The key to preparing a transport assessment, in my view, is agreeing on a scope with the local authority.
Can I come back on that, sir?
Yes.
The scope for this transport assessment is Annex A. It's not an agreement with the local authority. And I have to come back on Mr. Bissett's interpretation of what's in Table 1 in his document. You were asking questions in terms of that. Those percentages in Table 1 on page 3 of his response are simply percentages of the trip generation that is subsequently modelled in the transport assessment. Those percentages are not mode share targets. And that's quite specifically said in section 6 of the transport assessment. As I said earlier, those numbers are the numbers, the basic trip generation numbers of the development to which mode share targets need to be applied to. And what Mr. Bissett said subsequently about undertaking surveys after event, etc. Well, what he said is non-compliant with tier guidance, as I set out in the tier review. It's non-compliant with Annex A in respect of providing travel plan with mode share targets, and it's not compliant with NPF 4 Policy 13 Part F. To me, that's quite clear.
Okay, thank you for that. So, from the airport's point of view, you don't want to go over any additional points between 3.8 and 3.23 of your review of the transport assessment.
I think it's quite clear, sir. And nothing to add.
Thank you for that. We've heard a reasonable amount on travel plans and mode share targets, and we may be going into territory we touched on previously, but there is mention of supporting planning conditions and planning obligations creeping into policy in an NPF 4. I mean, how would you expect planning conditions and planning obligations to relate to a travel plan? And if I can ask the council, first of all, the relationship and the purpose of either planning obligations or the planning condition with regard to not just the submission of the travel plan, but the ongoing enforcement, if you like, for want of a better phrase.
So, sir, can I maybe suggest, and it's for you to ask the question, so this is just purely a suggestion, that maybe in responding to that, the council distinguish between a PPIP and a detailed application, because it strikes me that's quite important in this particular case, and it would help the understanding to get an explanation if there is a difference between PPIP on the one hand and the approach that would be taken to a detailed application on the other.
I think that's an absolutely fair point, and I'm quite happy to adopt that sort of questioning to the council. So if you have got any response to my query, does it differentiate or is it different regarding the type of application, as Mr. Collar has just set out?
Yes, thank you for that. I think we have expressed previously our opinion that there is a difference between planning permission in principle and a detailed application. And I think that is expressed in our draft heads of terms that we put forward and amended at the start of April and within 2020, where we specifically say each submission, and I read it previously about each plot and phase should be supported by a development plan, travel plan. And I think that builds on the scope that you have for a travel plan, but it's the specific measures that might come in for a specific use. We don't know which phase of which use. We don't exactly know the quantum of development that might be appropriate at this time. So I feel that it is appropriate to have it at the detailed phase of development when it comes forward. There may be very different cycling promotion. You could have developments that are taking forward passive house and different things like that start to come in. So there isn't car usage, there isn't a reliance, there is a very different structure to an application that comes forward. In terms of that enforcement piece, that's a very difficult one to consider in terms of an enforcement. How do you shift behaviours? How do you enforce behaviours within the public? I think that's always a challenge that every planning officer will have. And I think it's about ensuring that the travel plans there and being monitored, and updates from the developers and the applicants monitoring of the travel plan. And I don't think it should necessarily be set in stone as part of that monitoring process, that things will change, things will evolve, and that the travel plan should be something that does evolve as the development changes, as the landscape around the development changes as well. I do think there is a significant difference between something you would agree at planning permission in principle. We don't know what the buildings look like. We don't know the scope of each site of development. So why would we control at this stage how somebody is going to travel to that building specifically, whether it be by bus or by tram, or a ticketing promotion that might be in place for a travel plan? You're not going to know that at this moment in time.
Okay. Thank you for that. Does the airport wish to say anything with regard to what the council has just said?
Thank you, sir. Listening to that very carefully, we certainly don't think there is such a big difference between the assessment of a particular proposal, be it through PIPP, planning permission principle, or detailed applications, because what seems to be the relevance here is it needs to be done at the front end of the project. The parameters of the project can still be fitted into the travel plan, be it how big the development is going to be, their actual size, and the type of use, sir. So there's no need to sort of backload the travel plans onto individual phases of development. You could do that, but we're suggesting you shouldn't, because what the policy advice is saying, in particular NPF 413, is that the travel plan should accompany applications, so right at the very beginning, at the front end. So that's our point in there. In terms of, you know, enforcement, that always causes a bit of an issue, but you know, either by way of a condition or by way of planning obligations, there would need to be some form of enforcement and some measures that may need to be taken if the mode share targets are not being met. That may obviously require the developer to pay for further infrastructure, and I can maybe see some logic if it went down to planning obligation, if there was to be a financial commitment, for example, to require more regular bus trips, or as we've suggested, for example, additional trips on the tram. So there may be measures that are quite, should we say, potentially quite draconian within the travel plan in order for it to have teeth. But fundamentally, we don't really see any difference between how the travel plan fits with a PPP or a detailed application. It should be at the front end, and the parameters can be set out.
And perhaps turn to the applicant. I think the airport has said what it wishes to say under this topic in responding to my queries. So I was planning to move on to item C after a short break, but I was just wanting to give the applicant just one opportunity to come back on anything that you've heard there from the airport, or indeed from the council.
Thank you, sir. In relation to your the second part of your item 7B, which is supporting planning conditions and obligations, the council's covered most of this already, but there is one further point to be made. The conditions in APP 501, pages 2 and 3, set out the background in relation to the travel plan, which the council has already discussed there. This leads on to APP 502, which is the section 75 heads of term, in particular page 7, which the council has just highlighted in terms of the requirement for a travel plan for each application for a plot or phase of development. What I'd like to highlight and what I'd like to refer you to, just as one final point on this matter, is APP 310, which is the Transport Assessment Guidance. Paragraph 6.9 on page 39 and the last sentence. and I'll read it out. In the case of a development where the developer does not have an end user identified, it may be appropriate that a developer still produces a travel plan, which would be amended by the occupier and would agree basic provisions.
I'm actually just going to ask if the airport would want to say anything on paragraph 6.9, page 39, I think, of the transport assessment that Mr. Bissett just pointed us to and read out for us. I'm happy that I just take that away, but I will give you the chance to respond if you think it's appropriate.
Sir, we are going to respond on that, sir. Is it going to be you, Kevin, or me? So, sir, I'm quite happy to say that the arrangement that's just been described by Mr. Bissett does not preclude a travel plan at the front end with parameters to cater for changes in, development that may come forward. I mean, if you've got the size and the use, then what's not to like for that in terms of imposing it at the front end in terms of a mode share? I don't see it conflicting with it, sir. I see it sort of, being in accordance with it.
Okay, thank you. I think we could move on to item C after a short break. Useful to have a short break. I think, are you happy with 10 minutes or is 5 minutes enough? Well, shall we say 15:15? Yeah?
That's fine, sir.
Everyone happy at 15:15, and we will aim to finish for 4. Or today, I should say. Thank you. I'm taking my turn to the meeting now. I'm hoping that the council and the airport will appear. Councillor here. And the airport seem to be with us as well. So I think we'll move on now to item C, 7C, car parking. Just a couple of questions on this.
So could I maybe just interrupt for a moment, sir? Sorry to be a little bit rude. Mr. Martin would just like to address you on that paragraph 6.9 of the transport assessment guidance, which we just sort of finished with, the last sentence about the role of travel plans, which Mr. Bissett raised. We've now had an opportunity to look at this a bit further, sir. It won't take a moment, but if I could maybe just hand over to Mr. Martin, who just wishes to address you briefly on that point.
Okay.
Yeah, the last sentence of 6.9, so in the case of a development where the developer does not have an end user identified, it may be appropriate that a developer still produces a travel plan, just missing out the brackets for the moment, and would agree the basic provisions, i.e. you still produce a travel plan with the basic provisions at the planning application stage, subject to a planning obligation, and the basic provisions in accordance with TA guidance include mode share targets. What the brackets in the last sentence allow for is that there may be a modification to the travel plan at a later date by an occupier. But what the last sentence clearly states that you still produce a travel plan, even if you don't have an end occupier, and would agree the basic provisions at the planning application stage.
Okay, thank you for that, and which echoes, I think, what Mr. McKee said earlier. Mr. Bissett, I'm not sure if you were looking to respond there. You looked as if you were going to, so I'll allow that.
Yes, thank you. I think we can all read this ourselves, but it does say it may be appropriate and agree basic provisions. It doesn't say these basic provisions are mode share targets. The basic provisions could be a framework travel plan which sets out the mechanism for producing a full travel plan in due course.
Thank you for making that point. Before I move on to car parking, the council, do you want to respond to anything that you've heard just after the break?
Just agree with the general point that we would that a full travel plan at this stage would not be appropriate, and it's the end user is actually very important. It's at that stage it would be potentially a complete waste of effort, time and effort to produce a finalised travel plan at this stage. It has no particular meaning.
Okay, I think I'll move on. I've heard what I need to hear on that point. But sticking with the council, the travel, the transport assessment, the new transport assessment sets out the car parking proposed for uses. They're set out in section 4 on a variety of tables, but they're summarised in 4.7.6 on page 33 of the transport system. I would just have you done a quick assessment. Are you happy that those fit with your a maximum parking standards? There's no particular conflict, or is there a conflict there? I see at least 2 people in the council nodding, so I suspect that's the case for the council.
Yes, so that's correct.
Yeah, okay. And the airport, you haven't done a separate calculation to work out that they don't equate to the maximum standards. You're happy that those put forward in the transport assessment comply with the maximum standards in the Edinburgh Design Guide. Again, it's not a trick question, it's just to clarify.
And the airport's content.
Okay. And going back to the council, I think you'd mentioned earlier your approach to car parking and that those parking standards are maximum and in accessible public transport areas, which I think are identified in the supplementary guidance, you would expect lower than those maximums to apply. How is that to be achieved? Is your view that these parking maximums are all well and good at the moment, but that you wouldn't want those to be imposed through conditions, and that you would wish that to be left open to achieve lower than those maximum? But now that the applicant has put those forward as proposed parking arrangements, how is your ambition to achieve lower to be achieved?
Is that in terms of the parking standards set maximum levels. What we're looking to avoid is those becoming a target. So that because the proposed numbers are within that maximum number, that's therefore justified. We're looking for more than that. We're looking for it to comply with the standards, but also to justify whatever comes forward from that. And so there are a number of things that could come into that, including the levels of public transport and indeed travel planning and other infrastructure measures that come forward. So it's not what we're looking to avoid is it becoming a target, and that 100% is of that number is actually acceptable. We're looking for more than that. We're looking for a narrative justification, reasoning behind that.
And I think I would just like to add to that referring back to the 1st of April 2020 document, the very question was asked about a condition to restrict the maximum levels of car parking, and we said yes, that would be possible, but it was about that comfort of to allow comfort that parking numbers would not exceed the current maximums, but we would still be looking to try and reserve that to allow us to come further down and challenge those targets even more. And I think that was the nature of the discussion that we had previously, and that was our position.
Thank you for that. I think I'll go to the applicant just to respond to that, because you have put forward parking proposals as part of your transport assessment. So is there anything there to respond to what the council have said?
Thank you, sir. The parking proposed or set out in the transport assessment, is that in accordance with the, as everybody said already, the Edinburgh Design Guidance 2020 and the maximum applicable standards? We have stated previously in the previous hearing sessions that we believe that the approval of car parking is appropriately covered by condition 8 as proposed by the council in APP 503. And this is confirmed in our response on these conditions in APP 504. So we don't have a view either way really as to whether there's a condition that says you are allowed to go with the maximum standard as we've quoted in the TA, or have it as a reserved matter for some point in the future where it's more than likely that car parking standards will tighten up and therefore less parking will be allowable. So we have been flexible in our response on that matter.
Airport, you wish to add anything to those clarifications that I've had from the council and the applicant on car parking numbers?
Sir, we don't agree with the we agree with the approach suggested by the council there.
quick question on parking, and this is to the applicant, and apologies if I should know this already, but has the adoption of these parking maximums, has that influenced at all the trip sort of generation? Has there been a relationship between parking provision that you've now set out in this transport assessment, which I think is different to the previous submissions? Has that in any way affected the trip generation and the modelling, or is there no relationship?
There is no relationship between the two.
Just clarified a couple of things on parking for me, and we may come back to that in terms of conditions, but I'm happy to move on. The transport assessment sets out a section on public transport. I think the applicant has indicated that survey, as advocated by the airport, or surveys may be nothing more than a snapshot in time and of little use at this moment. If I could invite the airport to respond to that in terms of their response, in the role of public transport surveys and whether or not they would be of use in a transport assessment, as opposed to just providing a snapshot. That's to the airport first, and then I'll probably look to the council and applicant.
Pass to Mr. Mark.
Yeah, I'd first of all like to refer to the statements made in the applicant's TA and its scoping note in relation to this matter, sir. Both the TA and the scoping note expressed a willingness to undertake public transport capacity analysis if bus and tram patronage data were made available. The TA, I'll give you the reference, it's Act 521 and it's 4.5.2. And this particular paragraph says, WSP endeavoured to gather public transport occupancy data for nearby bus services and trams. The TA's scoping note, and this is Act 521 again, Appendix A, in the bottom of page 10. If the council holds patronage data for bus and tram usage, we would propose to undertake public transport capacity analysis as part of the TA. So there's a clear willingness on the position of the applicant to undertake a public transport capacity analysis. But the reasons given is data confidentiality, that this couldn't proceed in both cases. However, the TA review in paragraphs, that's EL 7, 327 and 328, indicate how the surveys and the subsequent analysis could be undertaken. And there's an astonishing turnaround, sir, in the applicant's position here. And I refer to WSP's response to the TA, and it's 2.1.12. They're now saying, despite this willingness to undertake a public transport capacity analysis, they're now saying in 2.1.12 that any surveys, any public transport surveys, would be of little use. This is the same phrase of little use that they use for mode share targets here. And I take this as an implicit agreement that the surveys suggested in the TA review could have been undertaken. The WSP response does not challenge the survey method suggested. Now, they're saying it's a snapshot, but a TA would typically rely on a single day of traffic counts, sir, if it were undertaking an analysis of road capacity. The public transport service could have been undertaken on an agreed representative day of the week. They could even have been undertaken on a number of days. I don't really see that the snapshot argument holds, sir. If anything, it provides us with information on public transport capacity, which we do not have at present. So the applicant had the ability to undertake the assessment required by Annex A, but chose not to do so. We have a car traffic model capacity assessment, but we don't have a public transport capacity assessment as required by Annex A. We do not know what additional public transport infrastructure is required or how it will be funded. The TA has not complied with Annex A on a very significant matter, sir.
Right, I was muted there. Before I come to that applicant, just is there anything from the council's point of view that you'd like to respond to that?
Sorry, we had microphone issues.
In terms of public transport capacity, there are set out in WETA and WETA refresh number of interventions in terms of public transport. Just like to make that point.
Thank you. For the applicant, would you like to respond to what you've heard from the airport, or indeed that a response from the council?
Thank you, sir. There's a number of points here, not necessarily in the correct order. As we've highlighted in our further submission, public transport is a commercial service. It's controlled by companies that will alter and amend their services to cater for demand, where that demand goes up or down, is the first point I'd like to make. In terms of our willingness to undertake public transport analysis, we were willing to undertake public transport analysis. We asked if there was any data available, bearing in mind that this transport assessment was being scoped and prepared when there was a global pandemic still ongoing. We had lockdown conditions for a number of years. Public transport demand dropped off a cliff. I don't believe it's ever really recovered properly. We know that services have been significantly cut nationwide in respect of that. So there was a willingness to do a public transport capacity analysis, or updated public transport capacity analysis, but there was no data available through the council. We did get some information from one of the bus companies from pre-pandemic, and that's presented in the transport assessment. We also had discussions with the tram operator in terms of capacity of the tram as it was at the time of the transport assessment. We also highlighted that the existing trams servicing the site have the ability to double the tram frequency, providing additional capacity over what's provided at the moment for an additional 2,000 persons per hour per direction. So there is more than enough capacity within the existing rolling stock of the tram, Edinburgh Tram Company, to accommodate travel by tram from the proposed development. The site also surrounds the existing Ingleton bus-based park and ride site. We can't have a more sustainable location for public transport accessibility with a tram stop in the middle of our site and a bus-based park and ride adjacent to our site. In terms of the airport's assertion about potential requirement for further public transport infrastructure, I'm not quite clear as to what they're suggesting there. As I've said, in terms of bus services, that is a commercial decision for the public transport operators if they wish to run additional bus services to cater for demand. In terms of infrastructure, I can only imagine it would be potentially bus lanes on the network or bus stops to service the site. Again, we have a public transport interchange enveloped by the site at the Ingleston Park and Ride, so I can't quite understand where there would be a requirement for additional public transport infrastructure to serve this proposed development. So I would contend that there is no shortfall in infrastructure requirements in terms of public transport.
Is that other than those mitigations that are set out in the wetter refresh? I think some of those form part of the heads of terms in terms of infrastructure related to public transport in the heads of term. I think there are a couple of matters with regard to some of the infrastructure that relates to public transport.
That is correct, sir. There is some mitigation measures in terms of bus lanes on approach to the dumbbells at the top of Eastfield Road.
Yeah. For large-scale planning permission in principle, a question to the council: do public transport surveys feature in transport assessments? More general question: if you receive a large-scale planning permission in principle, are those sorts of surveys routinely provided as part of an assessment?
In terms of public transport, for example, bus, we would be looking for an indication of what the bus services are, frequency, what the destinations are. But clearly, when you're dealing with a major development, it generates, as Mr. Bissett referred to, there's a commercial decision to be made in terms of servicing that need. So I think it's almost a bit of a chicken and egg. At the moment, it's virtually a blank field, so there's no need to actually run buses there because there's no demand. But as that comes forward, then clearly that's what's happening. That's what will happen. I think it's also worth mentioning that given what's been happening over the last three years because of the pandemic, the council has been developing with partners, including Transport Scotland, particularly that corridor along the A8, A89, to really push the public transport provision along there. So that's an ongoing study, and really it's to transform. And the stated objective is to transform the sustainable travel offer in West Edinburgh.
Before I move on, is there anything from the airport's point of view on public transport that they would like to flag up to me, any other than what is in their submissions already?
I'd like to respond to a few points there, sir. Yes, obviously the pandemic was an issue, but come 2022, it was deemed appropriate to undertake traffic surveys on Eastfield Road for the transport assessment in March. Come 2022, it would have been totally appropriate to undertake the public transport surveys that I've suggested in my tier review. But the applicant hasn't done that and hasn't complied with Annex A in relation to that. In terms of public transport capacity analysis. In terms of infrastructure, I wasn't talking about bus stops or bus lanes. I'm talking about public transport infrastructure, which would be additional trams over the additional frequency that is currently present, and potentially additional buses. It's not up to the operators to come along and provide these things at a future date. it's standard practice for legal obligations to be associated with planning application to provide sums of money to provide the infrastructure, whether it be road infrastructure or public transport infrastructure. It's standard practice for these things to be provided in planning obligations at this stage, sir.
So if I can maybe just come in on the point specifically about the tram contributions, the council have suggested and agreed with the applicant heads of terms concerning contributions towards the tram project, which I understand derive from the finalised but unadopted supplementary guidance. I think it's £13 million off the top of my head. Having had a look at the supplementary guidance, which is EAL 29, but I think it's also a core document, it records that the tram contributions are being delivered to offset the council's borrowing costs of £23 million plus some associated costs, and in its servicing that debt. Now, I don't know if the servicing of that debt and the contributions considered under that supplementary guidance cover the position if the tram had to run twice as frequently as Mr. Bissett set out. And it's really for the council to clarify whether its contribution in terms of trams for this project in its heads of terms covers that eventuality. I'd rather think it doesn't. So it's a calculated tram contribution based on the parameters of the intended development. But it's really a question for the council to clarify. So,
of course, we don't know whether the tram frequency has to go from 8 to 12, 8 to 16, because no analysis has been undertaken. So
I'll let the council respond to those matters. Any commentary?
Fundamentally, as Mr. Collars outlined, that was the basis for the tram contribution, and I think it's a highly unusual situation to have a tram line running through with a stop service in the middle of a field, effectively, that serves a public transport interchange without development sitting there. It serves a park and ride at the moment. It will come forward as a tram stop integrated into a development. And we'll also connect into Edinburgh Gateway Station. We've not mentioned that either. You know, your 2 tram stops and you're at Edinburgh Gateway Station as well. So to me, yes, it will support the tram delivery, but it will also be about that integrated transport piece as well that will come forward, which is quite unusual for such a site coming forward.
And we'll touch on it more perhaps with regard to conditions and obligations, but there is no additional requirement over and above what's already agreed with regard to tram contribution in terms of frequency and such. Like, that's your position.
That is our position. The trams run on a commercial basis as well. You know, they will respond to demand. Since we were last round the table, we've had trams testing down to Newhaven, so the line has extended. There are changes in the operation of the tram, frequencies of trams running now across the city and the connections for those routes. So what's operating today, will that still be what's operating in 5 years' time? Probably not, because of frequency and changes and demands and changes of travel patterns, and that's what we want to happen. So we expect there to be increased tram movements on the track.
So I don't think we're going to disagree with the fact that it would be good if the tram can increase and serve this development. But why should the public purse pay for it? That's the point, sir. And surely some calculation needs to be undertaken about the likely costs to either bring that forward, in the context of a planning obligation at this stage there, because if you don't ask for it now, you ain't never going to get it. And it could be the thing that's stopping regular or more regular tram journeys going to and from this development if it's consented. So there'll be no prospect of getting that money back unless you ask for it now. And if it isn't asked for now, it'll have to be paid for out of the public purse, one way or t'other.
I've heard what the council has to say, but I'm not sure if they would like to come back on those points made by the airport or not. Or is this what you've stated before your position?
Yeah, our position is stated in terms of our supplementary guidance, our basis for the tram contributions and our ability to seek those tram contributions, and we are satisfied that what we've set out is based on the need and the relevance for this development, and it's appropriate to accommodate that.
Okay.
So if I could maybe just come back on that, but having just read through the supplementary guidance, the opportunity for the council to seek contributions for tram is solely in respect of this £23 million borrowing. So, and maybe the guidance needs to be updated, but that's what the guidance currently says. So I think the opportunity that exists policy-wise at the moment for the council is very limited if they're seeking to go down this route of, generally the tram may ultimately expand and evolve over time. If we want to stimulate further sustainable journeys through use of the tram through extra journeys, it need to be front funded through a planning obligation. That's our view, sir.
Right. I think the council highlighted that the tram operates on a commercial basis. Before I move on to the matter of March or May in terms of traffic counts, is there any final comment on public transport from the applicant?
Thank you, sir. I would just like to reiterate that Mr. Martin's assertion that it's standard practice to provide bus services is not correct. I have to disagree that public transport services are run on a commercial basis, and a development of this scale and its length of build-out period, given the fact it's in a highly sustainable location with an existing tram service that has got ample capacity and a bus-based park and ride, does not require additional public transport infrastructure as defined by Mr. Martin.
Is that a matter that the council agrees with? Just before we'll wrap up, as put forward by the applicant there.
Yeah, we don't dispute it's all set out in the conditions and the heads of terms in terms of the requirements to support public transport.
Are there lots of examples with large scale developments that there have been bus services or tram services supplemented? Is that standard practice as far as Edinburgh is concerned? Just to kind of follow up the questions of the airport with regard to standard practice, is it more unusual, or is it the norm for large scale developments to provide some form of subsidy for new services?
We have taken money or set out, I think we discussed at the previous hearing session in relation to the Garden District. I think that evidence was led previously about subsidies coming forward for buses. That was a site that was within the Greenbelt, out within the city sort of bypass area. There are very limited buses that are running through there, and it was really about trying to support bus capacity within that area. But once again, we end up with the struggle that you get the contribution, you still need somebody to deliver that bus. You still need a service to come forward and make it viable. And how long is a year, 2 years, 3 years? At what point does that subsidy stop to allow the commercial activity to take over? At what point do you kick it in? We have it on other allocated sites where we have had some contributions, but a lot of that has been to do with upgrade of bus stops, provisions for passengers and things to stop over. but a lot of it is negotiation with the bus companies to divert existing routes. And that is very difficult to start a brand new route. It requires a lot of diversion until you get the depth of passengers there, until you get the footfall there. I think it's back to Matthew's chicken and egg situation. You need it there on the first day, but it won't make any money on the first day. So how do you get that balance right? Well, we have had examples where there has been limited funds taken to support buses. I would argue within this area, as I said before, it's a unique situation in that we've got so many buses passing the door, the tram running through the site and the connections to the main railway as well.
I think I can leave public transport. I've heard all I need to hear. I'm going to propose that we pause for today. I know you would love to keep on chatting through, but we did say 4 o'clock, and these days can be quite long on screen. So I would ask that we return at 10 tomorrow and start at point E. I know it's just a little bit before 4, but we may get heavily into this subject and take us beyond 4 o'clock. So as long as all the parties are happy, we'll return back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Everyone happy with that? Okay, that's great. And just want to double check you've got the link for tomorrow. It was probably provided to you, separate link. And Callum will probably greet you in the morning as you arrive as well. So thank you very much for your contributions today. My final guesstimate is it might take a little bit more than the morning tomorrow, but so please bear in mind that if I were you, I would allocate the day as planned between 10 and 4. But I'm confident that we will finish tomorrow, and I will ask you all to assist me in that task. Okay? Thank you, and we'll see you in the morning.